Peggy 16. 'Cause I hate people online. 'Cause I hate people online. 'Cause I hate people online. 'Cause I hate people online.
starts to scream. You can feel it in the air. Electric energy. We're revving up our engines, and the dam's about to burst. I've just got a couple of emails that I need to knock out fast. We're all backstage, about to start the show. Just gotta do a few things, then we're ready to go. So get ready to be ready, to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna make you scream eventually. Just wait and see. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready. We'll be on stage in a second. Just a few things we gotta do. Gotta make the set list, wash the guitars, bathe the entire crew. Gonna play with all my Legos, then we'll eat some snacks. Drop Ninja Brian off of his Brazilian wax. Drink some gas so we can play real fast. And then you better hold on to all of your ass. We're gonna crush this show, just a few more steps. Nothing says rock like meticulous prep. So get ready to be ready, to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna chill your spine and blow your mind all in due time. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to get fucking destroyed? We are nearly prepared to begin preparations for our final sound check of the evening, so please file out of the auditorium while we reset the stage. Thank you.
For those about to rock, please hang tight while I find my socks. Gonna crack your skull like an aftershock. Just gotta call my broker and sell some stock. So get ready to be ready, to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna melt your face through time and space at an appropriate pace. Get ready to be ready, to get ready. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready. Now be ready to be ready, to get ready.
And I didn't turn on the owl. What the fuck? I did before I did this. Shit. Woo! Okay. Hi. It wouldn't be a me stream if there weren't some technical difficulties. Am I right or am I right? Hi everyone. My room is on fire and I hate my life. So, yeah, that's fun. Hope everyone's doing all right. I think it's just hot out because like yesterday it was like really nice out, so it's really nice out today again. So it's really sweaty in here. I don't like it, and my fan doesn't do anything, so I'm struggling. How you guys doing? Hopefully better than me. How's it going? How we feeling? How we doing? How's life? Breathing air? Somehow we're gonna get there. I feel so wonderful, right? Dead silence. Gotta love it. So, after yesterday, with our deadlocking, I am now somewhat okay, ready to return back to working on art and drawing stuff, and that's what we're gonna do today. Pretty simple, except for the pages that I have to do, which are some of the most complex that I have to do, and I don't want to do them, but I have to, so that's fun. What else? Apparently later today, Puck is getting ramen, so we'll be taking a break and eating at some point. And also at around 8 o'clock tonight, so in about 3 hours from now, we will start doing a figure drawing class together. I will be leading a class on doing figure drawing, and we'll do a variety of different poses and different things. And yeah, finished chest and leg day, so you're good. Are you still able to walk? I hope you're able to still walk. I remember when I used to do leg day and I couldn't walk for like 2 days. I hated that shit. But yeah, simple stream today. Nothing crazy, nothing over the top. Just chill vibes overall. Hanging out, making art. I was tentatively working. That's why I had you, hello, to actually work on like a sci-fi idea for Rauta. I was working on some kind of like fake game idea, but I like working on it last night, or just trying to sketch up some things for it. I decided against it. I think I should just stick with the comic, stick with that. As much as I do want to do another fake game, I think for now I need to focus wholeheartedly on the comic and not get like sidetracked by another project. So, and I think that's okay. Thankfully, yes, based. But yeah, no, and today, like, I'm just feeling weird today, if I'm being totally honest. Today is a very strange day for me. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's bad. It's just like, today feels weird. It might be the heat. It might honestly be the heat that is getting to me a little bit. And again, I do have a fan running, but it is not doing very much. And I am at the tallest point in the house, so when that sun cooks me, it's cooking me and only me. Like, the sun is bearing down on me at like almost all times. So until it goes down, I am screwed. And it probably won't be going down for another like hour or so. So hopefully I can push through and work on our comic. Hooray! Slowly leveling your jobs to 14. Got some missions. Good, as you should. That's good. No, but we bought. Yeah, no, we bought. Yeah. That's fair. Thankfully, you didn't. Yeah. I mean, it's still fun. Don't get me wrong. To like put characters through like different genres. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find something that I was happy with that I wanted to do. I like the ideas that I had for it were kind of cool. But then I'm like, now I have to like animate them and like actually do them. I don't want to. And yesterday I just was not feeling doing work at all. But today I am still not feeling like doing work, but I have to. I owe 3 pages. Well, technically I only owe 1 page, but I owe an extra 3 and I want to work on getting up, because if we finish these next 3 pages, we're finally like back in the plot. But when you see page 13, you're going to go, oh, that's why you don't want to do it. And it fucking sucks. Is the stream ending? Nope. It only just begun 20 minutes ago, technically 5 minutes ago, because we have the 15-minute pre-stream. So I'm still cooking. But no, when you guys see this page, you're gonna go, oh, okay. No, Sid, we understand. We get it. And then the second page is like easier. It's like once I'm done with this page, everything gets a lot easier. Thank God. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. It's important. And then I can get started on page 16, 17, 18. Because I think I'm just going to do these in like tiers of 3, like every week or so. And I'm going to try and get another 3 done some point this week, because it's only Tuesday. And if I dedicate pretty much the entirety, more horse. Oh, Vorkson, you don't even know. Oh, you don't even know how much horse. It's not even the horse that's the problem. It's everything around the horse that's the problem. But like, yeah, no, once I dig through this a little bit, everything gets a lot easier, because then we actually get into the plot. We can have Elise go fight guys. It'll be a good time. There's still more horse to be had. I don't want more horse. I'm kind of sick of horse. Why did I have to make them ride horses? But at the same time, I didn't want to design a whole ass other animal. So, yeah. But, is there anything to bring up or talk about today? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I'm genuinely trying to think. So we've got figure drawing later, ramen at some point maybe. Puck has been obsessed with that place. which is pretty great because she keeps getting it. And I really like the place too. I really like their spicy beef miso ramen. It's like really, really good. It's fucking awesome. But hopefully I can get that soon and it's not gross. Because last time I got ramen from a place, it was kind of gross. It was kind of yucky. Like ordering ramen is like not the move. But I think also too another problem. What happened? Because your mom. What the fuck? Scolding yelled at you for swearing. She was standing there eavesdropping on you, and you were minding your business, just chilling in a Discord VC. Out of nowhere opens the door. What the fuck? That's dumb. That's stupid. I don't know what to say to that, honestly. Besides just maybe get like this is the best I can get the fucking things that you put up on the wall. If ramen too oily or gone, fair. No, the ramen that I got forever ago, like the one that I ordered, they like packaged the broth and the noodles separately in like plastic containers. And when noodles are like in plastic containers and are freshly hot, they pick up the plastic taste, you know? And then they're gross, and then also you try to put it back into the actual like ramen itself, and it's kind of gross. Kind of wish they could just like I wish there was like something else that you could put it in that's not like a plastic bowl, but I feel like that's what's gonna happen again, and I don't like it when shit like that's like nasty. I don't like it when they package everything separately. It's like, why are you doing that? Why do I have to assemble the food that you made for me? Don't do that. But we went Sunday. We went Sunday, and it was really good. We went out, we had a nice time until we went to Dunkin's and it was a problem, but that's neither here nor there. So hopefully it's okay. You'll be back. You're current. Okay. Well, have a good session. Say hi to your therapist for me. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything going on that's super. If anything, it like the talking point is that nothing is going on. In fact, kind of sucks actually. There's like next to nothing happening. Because we still haven't heard anything on an Atlas update. I know that there was a post the other day that Badger mentioned that pissed me off, by the way, because the way Badger responded, it made me think that like we were getting like a release for Atlas. No. Asshole. Woo, yay, name change it. Like, shut up. I'm sorry, Badger. Not catching a stray. But still nothing there. I do want to play more Fields of Mystery at some point, but obviously like comic work kind of takes priority for me. Is there anything else? Or anything else? I don't think there's anything else. I do think that's it. I think that's all I can talk about. So, without further bullshit, I think we should get... Oh. With how much trouble Paladin gives me, what it was about Vanguard, I was able to finish it. Let's bring the older versions of Vanguard into account. That is a good question, actually. All right, never mind. No further, more ado. There's so much more ado because I can get into that. So like Vanguard for me was like kind of a perfect storm of a lot of different things going on, like at the same time. And also, like, again, perfect storm. So, when I started Vanguard, COVID was, like, around the corner, right? And I didn't know it was around the corner, because I started it in December. And it was, like, around the time that, oh, God, what was it? I'm trying to remember the timeline because it was like December 2019, the 20th of 2019, December 20th, 2019, that I got started, and I just kept like, I was like, I'm going to start doing this. and I did like a page every, like 2 pages every week, I think it was. And it was like it was like doing okay. But I think for me, the thing that like kept me with it was that I didn't have what I have right now, which is like, what's the capability? I guess, I don't know. Because nowadays, you know, I can animate, I can draw, I can do like a variety of things. I can play video games every day, and still have it be like content on the stream. You know, and my interests keep changing. I have a lot more weight on me to kind of meet the same expectations of Vanguard. But back then I didn't really have that. I was just kind of like making something. And also I was angry. Vanguard was made purely out of spite and like anger. Cause it was like a direct response and like speaking from the heart a little bit on my relationship that I had just gotten out of, right? And it was just like, there's words for it. I had a lot more emotion behind it, and I had a lot more like care to put behind it to make it like good. But also like I didn't have super high expectations. I just kind of said, I'm going to make this. I'm gonna make it, right? And I did. And I started on Tapas, and I just kind of did like a page. And then eventually like I got really tired of working on the prologue, so I'm like, I'm just gonna hurry this up. Let's scoot this along. And then as soon as I scooted it along and we hit like episode 1, and episode 1 was done and episode 2 began. Because I did the prologue, episode 1, episode 2, is when like Tapas like swept it up. Not only that, but COVID hit at the same time, so I didn't have a job. I got booted from ThinkGeek because they liquidated the company. I didn't have a job, so I was just home all day, and I was bored, and I didn't have friends, so I didn't have anyone to hang out with. And Final Fantasy XIV's content was like in, it was like post Shadowbringers, so like a lot of the patch content just like wasn't there, so it was just me doing things I was already doing. And I was lonely and by myself, so a lot of the time was just spent drawing every day, finishing pages, and like keeping me to that schedule. And thankfully I had my mom like helping me out because, you know, I should have been in college or something at that point. And yeah, like you said, like way less options at the time because animation was like a far distant prospect. It definitely wasn't anything I could like easily do or even know how to do it. Well, I knew how to animate, but like I didn't have like a care for it. I didn't like touch it too much. I used to do like little GIFs, and that was kind of it. And usually those were pretty bad. I didn't really pick up animation until I went to college and I took like an elective. Again, I went to college initially for design. Like I was going to be like a illustrator / like character designer. And then I took one animation course and I was like, I love doing this. This is awesome. I love doing this. And then since then, my love for it has kind of died off a little bit just because like I can't like, I want to make long films, but I can't think of good ideas. And when I can't think of good ideas for long films, I just don't make anything. And then too, that's also been a more recent problem is like, I hit this point of writing up like a comic like Paladin. And its variety of different forms, like the earlier one, the newer one, the different one, the other one, all of them together, right? And every time I do that, I go, I can make this an animation. I could just turn this into an animation. And then I sit with it for a minute and I think about it and I go, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to. That's going to be a lot of work. That's going to be a lot of work for just like one episode that doesn't do anything. And then it's going to take forever to get to the bit that I want to do. And I don't want to do that. And then that's kind of where it comes down to, you know, it's like, how do I put it? Back then when I was younger, when I was like 19 to 20, right? I didn't really have like other things going on. I just kind of had like that. And then, you know, I made the most of the opportunity as best as I could. But then the second I hit, like, who's messaging me? Oh, Puck is messaging me. Till tomorrow to order ramen if I still want it. It's too warm for it right now, and today is going to be rainy. Fair. Okay, so no ramen today. Sad. How do you put it? For game dev purposes, no, and I wouldn't do it. I'm very much my own creative. That's another thing I learned very quickly is I don't like doing things for other people. I don't want to be a part of other people's projects because usually I disagree with them on something or other. Which is just a me thing. But you know, I don't know, like more recently, the second I got out of college, because this is another thing, is like every time that like I've had like a really big boon in art, like I didn't have responsibilities. That's kind of a big thing that plays into it. And I don't like admitting it, but it's true. Is like when Vanguard really started popping the fuck off, it was COVID time, you know, like I couldn't get a job even if I wanted a job. Even though I did end up working at Zoomies, but even then that was part-time and I could still like operate. I didn't have like bills and other things to pay for. And then when I went to college, my mom was still paying for things and I was mostly living off of like, inheritance that I got. And what ended up happening was that when I met Puck and I moved in with her and I couldn't like, you know, obviously I needed to start paying rent and stuff. I had to get a regular full-time job, of course, you know? And then because of that, my time became a lot more condensed and projects had more weight to them. If that makes any sense. 'Cause you can look at my earlier animations. I'm gonna pull them up for myself so I can talk about them a little bit. Like all of my early animations that are like the first couple of things on the channel. So like Vanguard Season 1, Episode 2, Golem Fight Animation Abridged, Elise vs. Potemkin Meme, Final Vanguard 297, Standing Here, Scared of Crows, Dr. Hyde, Dullahan, Slay a Worm, Baby Shoe, Ivis Alop, and then even I Want to Slay a Dragon, right? All of those things were made when I didn't have a job. Because I was in college at the time, and then same thing for Vanguard. I didn't have a job, and I was just kind of like boop, doing stuff, you know. And then the second I started working at Loomis, like animation progress became like more important, I guess is the word. I don't know how to put it. It's like when you have like when your day is 8 hours and you must go to sleep by a specific time to go to bed, and you're not like your own boss, you have to be there for things like that, you know? It's like a lot more difficult. What's the word? Oh, hi Pocket. Oh good, you'll be here to judge my horse. Very good. When it's like, how do you put it? How do you word it? 8 hours a day, you have to be somewhere specific. You have to drive there, you have to drive back home, you have to worry about making money, you have to worry about eating, you have to worry about just like a lot more worries like crop up on you. And then because of that, and also because of the lack of time I have to do like the detoxy things, especially after working all day, you know, where it's like, okay, let's put it in perspective like this, right? Let me write it down so I can keep track of my own ideas. So, you know, you work an average of like eight and a half hours usually. You get paid for 8 of those hours. That 30-minute paid break is not part of it, you know? So you start at, we'll say like either 7 or 9. So then you have to be up at like 6, and then you work for 8 hours, and then you come home at like, if you start at 7, you would end at like 4, right? And you would get out at like 4:30 usually. And then like the drive home would take you until like 5 or like 5:45 or something, right? And then because, you go from 5 to 5:45, depending on traffic and shit, then it's like, all right, now I'm home. Well, I want to take like a little bit of a break for a minute. So I'm going to like sit for like an hour, but then that hour turns into 2 hours. So now it's 7 p.m. And then you're like, all right, well, I got to sit for a minute and kind of breathe. Now I should start working on something. So then you actually start your second portion of work, which is either comic stuff or animation stuff. And now the problem is that you also have, let's add in a partner condition. I know you guys can't see what I'm writing, but we're gonna add a partner condition, and that partner condition means that they want to do stuff with you after a certain time. So that means you're probably working on your comic or animation for about 3 hours, give or take, until 10 p.m. when they get out of work and now they want to hang out with you. It like on an average day, let's say. And then now that it's 10 p.m., you're probably gonna hang out for like 2 hours. Or school. Yeah, school's a good talk about it too. 2 hours of hanging out. Now it's 12 a.m. because it's midnight, and then you have to go to bed, and then you have to wake up at 6 again, do everything again the next day. And yeah, like more restrictions, more responsibilities, less time to be creative. It's not even less time to be creative. It's just like because like I could do it, right? I did do it. I made Free Night during that time too. Like I was able to do stuff during it. It's the problem that you make such incremental tiny little steps forward because you only have like 3 hours to work on it. And yeah, you could work for like a year for Free Night took me 6 months, which was basically the same thing as like the other Free Night, like the other one, the Vault of Galahad and then the Forest of Swords, right? The Vault of Galahad took me like a month, give or take, like maybe like a month and a week. Fucking Free Night took me 6 months. And like, I can do that. I can absolutely totally do that. I don't mind working for like days and days and days and days and days on something. I don't mind doing that. But the side problem of it, and this is the real big, this is the thing that actually gets me, is that when you're not certain this idea is good, or it takes so much time that, you grow as an artist, like I do, like I change a lot of things that I'm into. I change a lot of things that I want to do. I learn new things. I look at new stuff, and I want to play with something new. That idea you had months ago might not be the same thing that you want representing you now. There might be something else that you want instead. And not only just that, but in the case of especially YouTube and animation and stuff, it's not I'm making this for fun or I'm making this for like a guaranteed audience. Especially back during when I made the first Free Night animation, right? When I worked on Forest of Swords, I did that entirely off stream. Nobody saw that. Nobody was watching me make it. I didn't even have 1,000 subscribers at the time. I didn't even have 500 subscribers at the time. I think I had like 300 or something, right? So you got to put it in perspective of like, okay, if I spend months and months and months and months and months and hours and hours and hours and hours and like sacrifice and sacrifice and sacrifice for this one film to come out and it not be something I'm happy with, not be something that people are going to watch, not be something that I want, like, that isn't as perfect as I want it to be. Like, I don't expect it to be perfect, but as good as I want it to be. Is all of that time then not just wasted? And that's exactly what happens when I stream it too. Like when I'm here, and I work on animation, I absolutely notice that we have like a massive dip in people paying attention. Like during the last couple of like streams where I was working on the Vault of Galahad, like viewership dropped massively because it was really fucking boring. But it's a lot of work and it takes a lot of time, and where streaming is kind of my job at this point because it's the only thing keeping me afloat and giving me structure to my day. It's like, like I have to do it during this time. Otherwise, I have to do it off stream, which is what I occasionally do when I edit, because editing is kind of hard to stream. But, and then that's part of the problem is like, okay, not only am I trying to make something, I'm also trying to make it so that it's still entertaining. And I think too, that's why I keep leaning back on the comic angle. Step one, most people like watching me draw. I've noticed that. I noticed that especially when I was doing the comms, when we were doing the comms for everyone. I definitely picked up that people like watching me draw, which I like. I'm glad that's a thing that people enjoy. So comic angle is better than doing animation angle, because animation in general is like really monotonous and boring, and it's like drawing the same thing over and over and over again. And yes, there is like an end result and it looks great at the very end of everything. It's like, oh, here we go, this is what we finished, and that part gets enjoyed for 5 seconds, you know, versus a comic that people can like reread or study, or I can use as examples in tutorial videos and other things like that. And it's like, that's kind of why I sit on that for a while, you know. That's why I do that. My art streams are very well. I'm glad you think that my art streams are entertaining, and that's why I want to do them more. I want to do more streams like this. But the other side of it too is that in general, art is so taxing on me. It really, really is, because of all the stuff that I have to think about when I do things like this. It is a very intensive process for everything that I do, especially when you see the page I'm hyping up. You're gonna see it and go, Sid, why are you doing that to yourself? And I'm gonna be like, because I have to, but I don't wanna. But that's just like the way of it, you know? And, you know, when it came to Vanguard, I didn't really have those problems, because I was actually really happy with the idea that I had for it, because it was really like personal to me, and it felt worth telling, I guess, is like the way to say it. But again, I think it was like a perfect storm. And also too, again, where I didn't have the ability to say to myself, well, I'm gonna animate this instead. That just wasn't a thing. And I think too, another part of it was that every day that I would upload it, I would get comments from people who would actually read it and were like excited for more pages. And that just kept me going and kept me going and kept me going. Nowadays, it's not so much, oh boy, I want to see this specific project, this one specific project that you're working on. It's more, I want to see everything that you're capable of, you know? Like, I know that there are some people that watch my streams and would prefer me animating. They would rather see the process and see how I come up with things, which I don't mind doing either. And I know that some people, like Anya, find the art streams more entertaining than like the gaming aspected ones. And then there are other people that just want to watch me play the furry big boopy game, you know? And part of it comes down to trying to keep people appeased and trying to keep people, like, interested. But at the same time, I got to do my own thing sometimes. And I know, oh my God, do I know that scared some people off. Oh my God. That was the funniest, that was the best day of my life. When I picked up on that telling people that I don't need their help, like, pissed them off. It was a good time. No, Anya, you're fine. Shut up. Because I know that's kind of turned people off watching the art streams in general, is that people want to tune in, come in, and be like, well, I think you should do this. I think you should do that. You should do this thing. And I go, I don't want that. I don't need your help. Thank you, kindly. And then people go, well, if you don't want my help, I'm just not going to watch. And then they don't. And that's a little shitty. But hey, you know, more power to them. They can do whatever they want. I don't really care. But yeah, it's just, I remember forever ago when I worked on put on my chef's, yeah. more difficult to get consistent engagement. Kind of. See, the thing is like I'm not so much like, well, I am variety streamer, but I'm mostly just like personality streamer. People usually just come here for like whatever I'm doing, which I think is pretty cool. That I'm that interesting for some people apparently. But you know, I try to get everybody in the same kind of like mental space. Because I think at the center of everything, and this is like, you know, what is it? The mission statement of like being like this kind of creator and being who I am is like, I want everybody to make stuff. And everybody out there has something that they want to make, whether it's like their dream game or, you know, art, or they want to learn how to make fan art, or they want to learn how to draw stuff, or they want to learn how games work, or they want to see like different stories and things. And so everything that I do, everything that I try to do here comes back full circle to learning how to create. I'm also lowering the music a little bit. You know what I mean? So even when we like play games or anything, I like talk about its story and narrative. Like Expedition 33, when we played through that, I was gushing over that story. It's that good. So there's like a lot of consistencies across the board that kind of link all my content together. But I absolutely know that a large swath of my subscriber base right now cares way more about Atlas than anything else. And I know a larger swath of my content base don't really like me playing Monster Hunter very much. Which kind of sucks, because I like playing Monster Hunter. But I can do that in my off time, which is what I've been doing. Even though I want to do the another Monster Hunter video, and then also a solo run during stream of me fighting Proof of Hero. Which I really want to do sometime soon, but I need time to do that. But yeah, just in general, it's like, I don't know. And also too, I've been like really demotivated as of late, and this has been going on for like a really long time. So this isn't anything new. And I don't know where it's stemming from. I don't know what my problem is, but there are times in my brain where I'm just like, man, life would be so much easier if I just like stop doing things that I care about, which is so fucking fucked up. And it's hard for me to be cool with that. And I don't like thinking like that. And every day that I show up and you guys are here and talk to me and hang out, like, keeps me going a little bit. Really does. Really keeps me invested. And, you know, I want to give back as best I can. I push through all the negative thoughts that make me want to quit and make me want to change and do other things. Because it's like, no, people care about this. People want to see this. Keep it up. And I think that's like a larger personality flaw, is that I am very like, it's not like people pleasing. It's like servant. I want to do stuff for people, basically. And it gets me in a lot of hot water at times. 'Cause like, you know, I do it to my own detriment. Like, you know, if Puck is having a bad day, I'll get her food, or I'll like do something for her, even though there's things that I want to do. And if we're outside or we're going somewhere, we're doing something and something's wrong, I like, or Sunday when I had like a bunch of work to do, she's the one that wanted to stay, which was like a last second, it was a last second like little decision, right, to stay. And I'm like, but I have work I have to do. Like, I have things I have to go do. But because she wants to have fun and it seems like something she wants to do, I'm like, okay, we'll stay. And then the longer that time goes on and that we're just there and I'm not having a good time because I'm like, I have to go home, I have to do this, 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 I have to do all this by the end of the day, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. The whole time I'm thinking all of that, I'm getting stressed out, and then like something went wrong, and then the day was kind of mid, and then because like I didn't really get time to like detox before, it becomes a job. And then it loops in on itself a little bit. I don't like doing that. Like even today, Hollowed. You know, and I don't usually get to do that during the day because I either I have to be working on something or doing something else. And it's like, I don't know, it's rough. It's a little rough. And now that like the weather's getting nicer too, I'm gonna start getting like sweatier. And when I get sweaty, it's like hard for me to stay consistent like work. I'm hoping this room doesn't turn into a fucking vacuum. I also think somebody has the fucking heat on. It should not be this hot in here. So that's bugging me a little bit. And that fan is doing jack shit. I know I've said that like a bunch, but it's like doing nothing for me right now. Hopefully the sun goes down and I can be cool while I work for a bit. But yeah, just in general, it's like it's not even like being beholden to the audience. It's more so just like I want to make something worth making and worth the time that I put in. That's like both for myself and also like there's another word for it too. I can't think of it. I just want to make something good. And when I apply pressure to any of the ideas that I have and it's not good, I cut it and I move on. It's I kind of compare it to could try getting AC. No, I have an AC. I just haven't put it in the window. And also that ramps up the electricity bill that I'm not trying to fuck up right now. So not trying to do that. But what's the word for it? I don't know. It's again, I just want to make something that I'm happy with and that is good. But I've been really picky on myself lately. And I was gonna make the comparison to Bob's Burgers. Actually, that's what I was gonna do. Because Bob's Burgers originally was going to start as this like horror family comedy show about like cannibals who eat people and turn them into burgers, right? And the creators were like, okay, well, can you come up with a full season like worth of like cannibal jokes? And the writers went, no. And I was like, okay. And shut up. Don't do that. That's probably not going to run long and nobody's going to like greenlight that. And that's how it feels like for me too, is like sometimes I'll have like a really cool idea and I'm like, well, can I do more of those? Am I able to do that? Is that like possible? And usually it hits a point where it's like, nope. I don't know where it would go. I don't know how it would work. I don't know if I have the ability to keep it going. I don't know if I would be invested in it for long enough. But I feel like that's the one difference between all of my previous projects and specifically Paladin right now. And it's kind of why I've gone back to the one that we were working on before. I actually just rewatched my comic tutorial video. And it's really funny that in that video I say that the horror comic, which is shelved because it was being referential to Vanguard, was going to continue, and then the one that got shelved is like done, even though it flipped. So the Vanguard one is shelved, and then the Paladin one is still continuing. Both write and draw. Anya, you're not at the point where you can have those kinds of fears. I'm sorry to say that, but no, you're still young. You can make junk. Make junk. Make it bad. Make it good. Doesn't matter. It's like definitely be demotivating if a lot of what you're doing feels like it won't work out. It's not that it won't work out. It's just that I'm not happy with it. I'm a very, what's the word for it? I'm very picky. And I'm very specific in things that I like and don't like and want to do and not do. And then also like I struggle with this like bit where you know, I hold myself to a standard that is like way above my weight class. Like I fully know I am not the greatest artist in the ever world. Like, oh my god, I'm not like that at all. I wish you had a cool Pocket. You do have a cool community like this. You're in one. What are you talking about? Isn't about you and don't give two shits about you. We care about you, Pocket. Shut up. What the fuck? Where's that coming from? Knock that off. We care about you a lot. You just need to be more present. Everybody loves you when you pop up. Shut up. Get out of here. Well, don't get out of here, but get out of here with that nonsense. What are you talking about? I just want the thing. Yeah. And time into creating something when people don't give two shits. But yeah. No, I get that. I totally get that. We care about you, though. Shut up. Don't talk like that. You're HRPG. No, we care about you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Stop it. That's Pocket, not Puck. Yeah, right? Yeah, a day is right there. You're going to say that mad shit right in front of Day? Really? If those fears and criteria weren't constantly thrust on you by other people, no matter your age, but you don't have bills to... What is it? It's like... Okay, alright. The point I was trying to make is that, like, my weight class, I'm not the greatest artist in the world. There's a lot of things that I still need to learn. There's a lot of things I still need to do. There's still things that, like, I can improve on, of course, and I strive for that every day. And, you know, I don't really grow as much as other people because it's, like, incremental. It's, like, smaller changes. It's, like, little things and little tricks that I learn over time. Like, the shading thing, where, like, using the soft airbrush to go over, like, shading to make it, like, a little bit better. Learning how to do better line art is something that I'm really struggling with, like, a lot. But it's, like... How do you put it? How do you word it? How do you put it? How do you say it? I hold myself to a higher standard because I want that standard. You know what I mean? It's like, dress for the job you want. I'm doing that. You know, I consider myself and I consider my work, like, worthwhile being put into, like, I have the ultimate goal of publishing my work, of course. You know, and not only just publishing it on, like, webtoons or something, I want it in book form. And so I'm trying to future-proof it to be easy to make that happen. You know, and I want to give all y'all books. Y'all are gonna get Paladin books, whether you like it or not. You're gonna read some books. But it's like, words escape me. The pressures that I put on myself, I put there because I want to hold myself to a standard, because I recognize the manner of the industry and how it works, if that makes sense. But I don't think other people should put themselves to the same standards that I have, because not everybody who is feeling these ways are feeling them for the right reasons. Does that make sense? Kind of. Okay. All right. Let me do this. Right. Everybody who is an artist at some point wants people to look at their stuff. That's just kind of how it goes, right? And especially in the day and age that we live in, it's super easy not only to upload your stuff and think that people are going to look at it, but, like, there's this expectation of, like, how it should look when you're doing it. I don't know if I'm explaining this properly, honestly. But here's the thing about me personally, is that I've never touched that. I I made stuff back in the day and I uploaded stuff to Instagram and such, yeah. But like I never aimed for success. I wasn't playing the game. I wasn't going for bigger numbers or anything. I mean, even my Instagram is like really small following, and most of it came from like when I was in college meeting people, right? And there's these kinds of expectations that come along with like posting and being a creator and all these other things. And those expectations are built by success stories. You're not really seeing the failures or the vast variety of people who have failed. And that kind of creates a survivorship bias. You're looking at all the parts that were fine, and going, oh, okay. No, you're looking at all the parts that got damaged and going, oh, okay. These bits need more armor on them, and then not paying attention to the bits that weren't touched at all. If that makes sense. Because even me, like, again, I always have to like talk myself down a little bit because I don't want to get too much of a fat ass ego over it. But like, technically in a roundabout sort of way, especially where we just hit 2.66k subscribers, like, it could be argued that I am a somewhat successful content creator. Somewhat successful. Not as successful as other people, but somewhat successful, right? I feel like I do a pretty okay job of what I do. But again, I've talked to Holland about it before. I've made mention it before. This is built off of years. This didn't just like happen. Like me knowing how to like make art and, be somewhat entertaining and learning how to talk to people and learning how to talk about things and giving you guys like advice on stuff and like learning all these things. Like all of this came over time. Right? And it didn't just happen yesterday. But a lot of people kind of like skew time when it comes to that, where it's like, well, I've been alive for this amount of time, so that counts. It's like, no, it don't. Age matters, but age doesn't matter in like terms of skill, And then also it's like learning how to play the game a little bit too and stuff like that as well. But when you're learning, you're not really able, or you shouldn't be able to, not be able to. When you're learning, you shouldn't hold yourself to expectations of your betters. And not saying I'm your better, but I'm just meaning like you shouldn't, if you're learning how to make Let's Play videos, you shouldn't be holding yourself to the example of Markiplier, right? If you're learning how to do like anime breakdown videos, you shouldn't be holding yourself to like Pay Talks Anime, right? You shouldn't need to do that. And frankly, again, this is another part of me that I think I'm very thankful for, is that like a lot of my identity is mostly just made by me. Both art-wise, creator-wise, otherwise, like I don't really copy anyone. I kind of just do my own thing. And I like, I've always been like that. I like taking from people, but I don't like copying people, if that makes sense. And I kind of like doing my own thing and figuring out my own stuff. And I don't really hold myself to anyone else's standards usually, because I just like kind of do my own thing, which is why I get kind of uppity when people are trying to hold me to standards. I'm like, shut up. Don't talk to me. Don't do that. But for like you guys and like younger artists too, like this is just in general, who aren't like, how not to do that. You know how, stop. Like I'm trying to figure out nice words. All right, hold on. Anya, do you know what the hero's journey is? Let's do that. Let's do this. And expectation for your own art to match a certain format you've seen successful will only ever limit. Yeah. And yeah. No, I entirely agree with that take. You know what the hero's journey is, Anya? Yes? Okay. Good. How does it work? Don't Google it. Just tell me. We're doing a thing. Give me a second. I'm looking at chat. That's why I'm looking down here. Like, what is it? How does it work? What does it do? Don't Google it. If you Google it, I'll know. Don't Google it. Hero's story? Not hero's story. Hero's journey. I said hero's journey. Very specific. I'm doing a bit. Nobody else answered this question, by the way. This is for Anya. So quit typing. I see you. Go on. You can do it. Should only need to be a sentence. Is it even worth being an artist today? Yes, absolutely. If anything, it's easier to be an artist today than it was like 1,000 years ago. I say 1,000 years ago. I mean more like 20 years ago. All right. See, what you should have said was that the hero's journey is a literary device for structuring a narrative. That's it. That's all you had to say. And you overcomplicated it. That's your problem. Stop overcomplicating shit. Like actually. The bit I'm trying to do is that you know of these things. You do. Most people do. If you're like anywhere of like adjacent to being a creative, you've probably heard of the hero's journey before, or you've heard of like the 3-act structure. I prefer the 7-act structure, but still, other things like that, right? You've probably heard of these before, but you probably overcomplicate them and think that they're scarier than they actually are. When in reality, they're just tools to learn. You overthink. Stop that. Simplify. That's all you gotta do. Because again, it's the same thing. Again, this is more specifically pointed at Anya, but this is true for most people. Is that I'm gonna be mean. Have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect? That's what you're doing constantly. And like I wish I knew how to like better stop that from happening to you specifically, or just anyone in general, I guess. And if anyone that doesn't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, it's basically when somebody thinks that they're like smarter than they are, and because of their perception of how smart they are, they like can't comprehend how much they don't actually know, which is a large problem with like a lot of like younger creators, right? Because that like also that sounds a lot meaner than I mean it to be. I'm not trying to be mean, but what I'm trying to say is like a lot of people like pick up little baby things about like storytelling and other things, right? And trust you on that? No, it's not that you think that you're smart. It's that you think you understand more than you do, which is why you're overthinking. You're overcomplicating simple structures. Because you think you have to. You don't. Everything's so much more simple. It's like it's like the reverse Dunning-Kruger, basically, where you think you're so dumb you have to overcomplicate everything to kind of like make it less dumb or something like that. I don't know how else to really explain it. But like, people think like, oh, I know how these things work, and then they try to make something and it doesn't go the way that they want, but they still think that it's like good. I don't know, this is like a hard conversation to have. Because it's like not about you, Anya, but it's just in general, because it's like kneecapping myself and then like shooting down other people too. But it's like part of it, because again, like I said, the Shadow Knight over there, it's like, it is worth being an artist and it's easy to be an artist, but it's so easy to be an artist that everybody thinks that they're an art. Don't be a Shadiversity, is basically what I'm saying. Don't be a fucking Shad, okay? Don't think just because you can make something that looks pretty or unique means that like you understand what you're doing, which is kind of what I try to do here, especially is like, because you expect people to want long-winded and complex answers because that's been the case for so long. So that's what you don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Have you ever heard of like the thing where somebody that really knows what they're talking about can explain something super simply and you can understand it? Like that's what you want in a teacher. You want somebody that can explain a really complex subject very simply. And I hope I can manage that occasionally. Sometimes. I mean, I do wax on poetically a lot, but still. It's kind of my angle. There's the teach stuff in general, but you know, still. But I don't know, it's just there's words. There's words. Fuck is the word? I'm actually trying to think of it. Again, it's like difficult to structure thoughts when it's so fucking hot in this goddamn room. Hate it. But it's like, outside of your initial question, we were talking about how Vanguard was like a thing, and then like responsibilities and stuff, and then how did we get on this topic? I actually remember. There's like a setup to it, and there's like a point I'm trying to make. Oh, right. All the problems that I'm running into as like a creator, and then how Anya's like, oh, I feel those. And I'm basically saying you shouldn't feel those. Not that you can't feel those, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't be putting yourself in the same box as like that. Because you're not at a point that those thoughts and feelings should weigh you down, if that makes sense, right? Because it's like, again, it's not that you can't feel that way, but it's like you're putting pressure on yourself because it feels like you expect the pressure when you're not at the point where you have the pressure, if that makes sense, right? It's like, ugh. How do I put it? It's the I'm trying to think of like an example of what I'm talking about and something else that isn't this. Fuck, what is it? Okay. If you are a chef, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a food analogy. All right, we love these. If you are a chef, right, and you're not a chef. You're a home cook, right? You're a home cook. You can do like maybe a couple of dishes. You can cook pretty well for yourself, and your family like loves how you cook and all that stuff, right? You can still be like good at cooking. Yes, you can still know how to like cook a pretty good steak. You can know how to like, you know, like make really good mashed potatoes. You can make like really ornate dishes for like family and friends for special occasions, and everybody loves like your buffalo chicken dip, right? And that's fine. And that's okay, and that's great. And you can be really fucking good at that. But you don't have the same expectations weighed on you as like a 3 Michelin star Gordon Ramsay level chef. Not saying I'm that, but I'm just saying like in general, you're not in the same ballpark as that expectations. But if you really, really, really like watching those kinds of chefs, you might like unknowingly put those expectations on yourself or think that people have those expectations for you. And that ultimately holds you back from just enjoying what you're doing or learning further. Like you would like compare it to art, but I don't think most people would do this. Think of it like you're holding yourself to, again, like a Michelin star, and others expect you to do stuff well above what you can. Fuck them. Fuck them. Who are these people that have expectations on you? They're not important. The only person that matters is you and what you think that you can do. That fit their taste? Stop showing them that. It doesn't sound like they support you at all. Who gives a shit? Don't show them shit. I never showed my dad any of my art, and he was a piece of shit about it. But it's like, you can't, okay, like, you're like, somebody requests like a, you know, you have like a friend who really, really wants like really only eats medium rare steak, right? And you cook them a steak, but it's just ever so slightly medium, like, well done. It's just slightly overcooked. But your friend isn't gonna give that much of a shit of like a slight temperature difference, but suddenly you do because you put those expectations on yourself. Like, you can't do that to yourself. That holds you back because then you're beating yourself up over how this steak is already cooked, when if you gave it to your friend, they're too dumb to recognize that anything's wrong with it. And if they are being picky, that sounds like a shitty fucking friend in general. Don't listen to them. You know? You don't want them to know your shit. You don't, and they complain and suggest you do other jobs because obviously have anything to show for it and you're horrible again. What the fuck is that? Stop listening to them. No, don't listen to your, oh my God, don't listen to your parents ever. Holy shit. Okay, that's not official Sydney Belladonna PSA. Please listen to your parents most of the time, unless they say some dumb shit. But remember that your parents are people too. They're not like that crazy, and like, you know, eventually you'll have the choice to just like kind of just shoulder them and deal with them. But like, I know that now it feels that too, like you clearly still live with your parents, and that like weighs on you and influences you and does a bunch of things to you and all this other shit. And like that kind of weight that you're putting on yourself is purely just from like parental expectations. You don't need that. You really don't need that. And you shouldn't have the same worries about publishing as a major artist because your skill isn't even considerable for that yet, but you act like it. No, dress for the job you want. Absolutely dress for the job that you want and hold yourself to those standards. But also at the same time, you have to like learn how that stuff works. And that's like the hard part, is like, it's easy to pretend. It's harder to do. If that makes sense, right? Because that's something that I talk to a lot of people about, is like, and they won't stop screaming, aka your mom, you know, she's a person who has trauma and her own stuff. Yeah, but also you're your own person. You can decide who you listen to and who you don't listen to, and put things in the back of your mind and ignore them. I don't know, that's what I do. I turned out okay. I turned out just fine. Just fine. Whoop. No, it's an important thing because other people probably feel this way too, and it's clear because Mind Mud said it as well. But it's like, if you guys care about these things, if you guys want to hit these points, it's important to study. It's important to like learn and like look into these things and understand how they work. But that's the problem, again, is what I said before, is like it's easy to pretend that you know what's going on when you really don't. Another example is to like, if you watch, how do you do it? If you look up a tutorial that teaches you how to make a dish, right? And you follow the recipe every single time. You do the exact beat of the recipe, right? Always the same thing, always the same stuff, never play with it, never touch it, never do anything. You're just following instructions. That's all you're doing. You're not thinking for yourself. You're not learning why you're doing the things that you're doing, right? Then, something goes wrong with the dish. Maybe you don't have a certain ingredient. Maybe you don't have this certain thing. And then your dish comes out really wrong and you don't know what happened. And then you can't reverse engineer it because you don't know what's going on. This is what happened to me back when I first started cooking and I made that Cajun chicken pasta dish that I tell everybody about, right? Y'all know the one that I think is really good. But here's what happened is that one time I forgot to get onions. I genuinely forgot to get onions. And I didn't put it in the dish. And then when it got to the end, the sauce hadn't reduced, so it was still watery. And it was like, like drenched in like a broth instead of it being like a proper, like sauce, like it's supposed to become. So I didn't know what happened. I was like, whoa, why is it like this? I must have fucked up somewhere. And then through subsequent makings, I played with it more. And what I learned is that the onions, when they cook, they reduce into a goop. And then that goop actually solidifies all of the water. So then when you're doing the like covered part of the cooking section of it, I know some people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But when you cover the dish and it's cooking the pasta and it's reducing the broth that you put in there to cook the pasta, and you're basically steaming the pasta to get it wet, the onions suck up all of the actual like goop of the sauce and the broth and the flavor and everything, while the water content of the broth gets let off into steam. That's so much fucking science and shit to understand about making a one-pot Cajun chicken pasta dish. But now I understand why that works. And now every other time I'm making some kind of pasta dish, every single time I'm working with that, anytime that I know that I'm working with onion, it's like, I know why I'm putting onion in this. I know why that's happening. And I can take that knowledge and apply it to other things as well. I can be like, oh, well, maybe I'll throw in some onion in this to help like solidify it a little bit more. Maybe I'll give it a little bit more of this flavor. That's the difference between being somebody that comes from the recipe and somebody that pulls from what they know. And that's the difference between a house cook and a chef. Because a chef makes the shit, and then the house cook just copies the shit. Right? And that's kind of how art is in general. Because it's like, you either fully understand what it is that you're actually like working with and doing and all this other shit, and then you just kind of copy it because you think that it's going to work that way. But at the same time, when you're just a house chef that's just copying, you can't hold yourself to the same expectations as that Michelin star chef who's making those things. So you should take that weight off of your shoulders and work to get to that point. and wants to come back, does that mean it's already too? No, not at all. What? It's never too late. It's ingrained in humanity for us to make stuff. If you want to make art, make art. Nothing's stopping you. Ugh, it's like fucking sweaty and gross in here. I'm glad we're talking because hopefully it's going to make the temperature go down soon because the sun is setting. Again, I don't like it when I hear that people like put so much weight and pressure and have all these like pieces of societal pressure on themselves as well to make like good, high quality shit. And it's like, you don't need that. Also, hi, Maniacal. And did they say hi back or were they rude? But I hope they said hi back. Otherwise, that's rude. But again, like, you're not. How do you put it? How do you word it? How do you say it? Don't put more pressure on yourself than you need in any given time. And don't let other people put pressure on you when it's not necessary. Like, it's easy. Trust me, it's totally easy because I deal with it. Because I have all of you fuckers here with expectations levied at me. You know, Rauta's got a fucking halter that shows off her abs now because I gotta manage expectations. No, but I do like the halter. It looks really good on her. That was a good call. That was a really good call. But like, it's easy to fall into those expectations and let them weigh at you. And of course, they're always going to be there, but you can't let them hold you back. And you also need to take the time to learn and understand and read and figure stuff out and like be invested in what you're doing and always strive to improve. Sometimes good enough is just good enough. Move on. And if anybody needs to hear this right now, if anybody needs this at all, this is words that I live by. And it's the reason, see, I'm bringing it all the way back around. This is the reason why I have a personally hard time working on one project for very long. It's because I personally subscribe to the mental idea of fail faster. If something is not going the way I need it to, also I'm turning up the music a little bit because I like Neath Dark Waters. It's a good song. If something is not going the way I want it to, if there's something wrong with it or something that I don't feel good about, I am so quick to just be done with it because it's not worth the energy. Frankly, all right, we're gonna get into some hotter topics very quickly. So sorry, everybody. Mentions of the game ending oneself incoming, and I'm gonna not mince words about it. So prep your brains for that. Okay. I've mentioned it before, and I wanted to say it. I wanted to steer away from it because I don't like using it as an example because it's a little fucking metal. But in truth, the real reason why Vanguard persisted for as long as it did is because I was going to kill myself if it wasn't successful. We're doing this, mouth. That is not a joke. That is not a meme. That is not a fluffy anything. That is a genuine promise that I made with myself when I was 19. That if I failed or did anything wrong or did not dedicate myself entirely to this project, I was going to kill myself because there was nothing I had left living for. Because here's what you really need to remember about that time specifically, like 7 years ago. I had just gotten out of an extremely emotionally abusive, toxic relationship, which is the entire foundation and basis for Vanguard's existence. I had just lost my best friend and previous partner, again, like they were an ex who I was still on good terms with, to somebody else, and then they told me outright that they didn't care about my art. That fucking hurt. I had no friends. And at the same time, this is going to get a little heavy. This is getting heavier, all right? We're getting a little heavier. This is shitty, all right? No ifs, ands, or buts about this. This is really shitty. I had a friend of mine who beat me to the punch because I didn't have this deal with myself to begin with. I was going to. I was literally about to. And a good friend of mine beat me there first. And like a fucking waterfall, everyone from my past came sweeping back into my life. I had been out of high school for about 2 years at that point, and I had a shit ton of people swarm and ask me, "Are you doing okay? Are you all right? Did you hear about what happened to your friend?" And I was like, whoa, wait, how do all of you remember that I exist all of a sudden? And then I saw it everywhere on Facebook because it hit the whole community because he was a really important person and it came out of nowhere. And then that hit me because again, I was about to. And it really hit home that I recognized that if I did it, nobody, and I mean nobody, was going to care. My mom might have cared. My brothers might have cared. No one else. Not a single fucking person. That's fucked. And it's all because he beat me to the punch. And then I said to myself, I refuse. I fucking refuse to let all of this shit I had gone through, everything that I had been through, everything that I am, everything that I've experienced, just go into a fucking thing of smoke. Fuck you. Fuck the world. Fuck everyone else who isn't me. I'm going to do something that makes sure that nobody ever forgets that I existed. I'm gonna climb my way to the fucking top. I'm gonna make sure everybody knows her face. Elise's face. And there is nothing that's going to stop me. And if I fucking fail, I'm gone. Because that means it wasn't worthwhile. And you know what happened after I did that? You know what happened after I did that? Vanguard happened after I did that. Vanguard went on for 3 years, and during that time, I managed to make a shit ton of friends. I got to go to art school. I got to make more friends. I got a girlfriend. I live in Boston now. All because I decided, fuck you, life. You're not taking my fucking experiences away from me. And that's why I'm still here. That's why I'm still kicking. That's why I'm still making stuff. And that's why I want you to make stuff too. And I want you to get out of your fucking heads, all of you, about making good shit. It doesn't need to be good. It just needs to be you. Why do you think I always bring up Jackson Pollock? Why do you think I always bring up Caveman? It's because it's ingrained in us to make shit. Telling our life stories, telling us who we are. All of this shit. It comes full circle every time. Stop holding yourself account to other people's expectations because they're not you and you're not making shit for them. You're making shit for you. Stop it. Knock it off. Fuck you. Be angry. It's okay to be angry. Actually, it's okay to be angry. It's fine. Be mad. But stop holding yourself to other people's expectations because at the end of the day, no one's gonna fucking remember them. They're a waste of energy. They're a waste of time. They're a waste of your seconds that you live every day. I'm being serious with that. That's how I ran my life for the longest time. That's why I'm so easy to just like let shit go and just be like, boop, nope, I'm done with that. Because it's a waste of time to worry about shit that doesn't matter. You heard about that stoicism shit? That shit, you know, stoicism? Boom, right there. If it's out of your control, it's out of your control. You roll with the punches, you move on. That's why I was good at boxing. Until I wasn't, but still. If I genuinely, at any point during those years, held myself to some standard set by somebody else who wasn't myself, and I didn't take the time to really learn what I was doing and figure out what I was, I wouldn't be here right now. Like, really. If you feel even somewhat similar, just make something. Make something worth remembering. Make a mark on the world somehow. Otherwise, what's the point? Like, really, what's the point? What's the point of doing anything? And you know what? You don't even have to be remembered by the entire world. Just enough people that you keep something going. That's what you need. That's what you should strive for. That's what I do. Every day that I'm here, every day that I try to teach you guys something, every day that I show you what I'm doing, every day that we hang out. Right? It's part of it. And that's why I love what I do. That's why I love doing this. That's why I do everything in my power, specifically to find a job that allows me to keep doing this, is because I'm doing the thing that I said I wanted to do. Voice crack. Good chunk of us are named after a joke you made. Exactly. I'm not to be so fucking like egotistical about myself, but I know that a lot of people watch my content and feel that way. You know, they either feel inspired or they feel like happy to work on stuff, or they feel like they want to start working on stuff, or they get out there and do different things. And that means that I'm doing the thing I said I should. I'm making changes in people's lives. I'm helping people. I'm like part of it. I'm doing, like, you guys show up like daily at this point. And you hang out with me all the time, and I'll even go as far to say, like, ego. I'm like a large part of your day, oddly enough. Especially for those who like sit through most of stream. You're here with me for 8 hours, like a day. You're like, I'm like somewhat important to you. What the fuck? That's weird. That's like a strange thing to acknowledge. And it's like, that's what I wanted. If little 19-year-old suicidal me could see the me now, they'd be like, whoa, you got big tits. But also, holy shit, like, people actually care about you? And it's like, yeah, dude, you got there. Vanguard might have ended. Say this a lot, but I ain't got rid of you yet. I mean, true, especially with how much I shit talk D2, like. And for a lot of people out there, I know that we have some new people here as well, but, you know, I hope seeing me in a few moments struggle with this page will get, like, again, I know I keep hyping up the page. You're gonna see it and go, oh, fuck. I look forward to my streams, especially at work. See, I'm glad. And I know there's just like a lot of people who do that. And again, like I always say it, I don't take a single second of it for granted. I hope you guys know that. Like, and I want to do right by you guys, and I want to do stuff for you, and I want to give you guys as much I can, especially, you know, with our movie nights and everything that we've been doing more frequently. The updates that I give you when I'm going on date nights and the pictures I take, so you're like with me still. You know, it's a little parasocial at times, but still, it's like, it's nice. It's a nice thing to have. And I'm far from done. We have nowhere else to go but up, and the same thing is for you guys as well. Make stuff, make art, learn, figure things out, play around. Don't hold yourself to expectations that you not necessarily can't attain, but shouldn't be worried about until like way later. That's like expecting a 13-year-old in like 8th grade to know where they're going to be in college in like 5 years. Don't worry about it. Of course, like, parents will ask you what you want to do. Some parents will set you on a proper path. Some teachers might even try to set you on a path or whatever, but don't listen to them. Just do your own thing. At the end of the day, you are your own person. Someday, your parents or people that have influenced you will be dead. And it's their fault if they, you know, affected you in a negative way that makes you remember all the bad times instead of the good. I certainly remember more bad times with my dad than any good, and I certainly remember more good times with my mom than any bad. And I've had good and bad times with both of them. So, you know, I get it, especially in terms of parents. But really, at the end of the day, they don't really define you more than just genetics, really. And I know it's harder, especially when you live with them, to kind of move on past that, but just do your own thing. Figure it out. It's okay. It's fine. By just reading, very good. I mean, like, still, like, if you can go to college and not end up in debt like me, I am very much in debt. Oh my god. It's like, do what you think is right. And if you fail or do something wrong, learn from it. Just don't keep making the same mistake. Do you guys know the definition of insanity? It's when you do the same shit over and 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 over again, thinking shit to change. Right? And the first time somebody told me that, you know, I didn't know what to think, so boom, I punched him square in the snout. But then I started looking around, and everywhere I looked, I saw all these fucking pricks doing the exact same fucking thing. Thinking shit to change. This time it's going to be different. No, please. This time it's going to be different. Do you guys know the definition of insanity? That is from Far Cry 3. I'm very proud of you. Yes. Oh, I would love to play Far Cry 3 on the channel. I love Far Cry 3. It's like my favorite game. It's like up there with Atlas and Assassin's Creed 2. Oh, I love Far Cry 3. It's such a good game. I know all the fucking Voss monologues. I had to change the shoot him in the head to punch him in the snout, to keep it like tonally the same, but yeah. But no, don't learn from your mistakes. Be comfortable making mistakes. If anybody in your life makes you feel bad for making mistakes, fuck that well, don't fuck them, but like fuck that person. Don't listen to them. Do your own thing. Like, seriously. Fail faster. Be comfortable failing. If you're uncomfortable failing and that's like holding you back, like if genuinely trying is like the hard thing because you need to be perfect the first time, it's like, stop that. As long as you're still alive, you'll have the opportunity to do something worthwhile. If you want something bad enough, you can't tell anyone otherwise. Yeah, exactly. If there's something that you want, you have to work for it. And work involves failing. Work involves making mistakes, learning from them. You have to make mistakes. You have to fuck up. I fucked up plenty of times in my life. And I learned from them. Here, you know what? As a way to end it, as a way to end this little bit, because I do want to get into art, I'm going to tell you how I learned from my biggest mistake. Because I mentioned it earlier. My ex, my big toxic relationship ex. One. She was like everything that at the time I wanted. She was shorter than me, which was an achievement because I am 5'6". A lot of people are taller than me. She was super into video games. She was super into like the same stuff that I was. She, liked me. She could drive. So back when I couldn't drive, she would drive us all over the place. And she was a lot like me in personality. She was, not very responsible, kind of like all over the place, very bubbly, preferred playing video games over doing other things. She was also an artist. She wasn't very good, but still like artist. And she's like every manic pixie dream girl, basically, right? And she was the worst thing that ever happened to me in my entire life. She was extremely emotionally abusive. She was very, we weren't like physically abusive or anything, but we would have like really dumb fights and then we'd break up with each other and then we'd get back together on and off, 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 over and over again. And it was just a bad time overall. There's more I could go into, but for brevity's sake, I won't. And then I was like, you know what? All right. I'm back in the dating scene. This is years after I'd been with her. Years after the dating scene. I'm like, all right. Here's what I want. I want the polar opposite. And I asked my grandmother, who had passed away. I looked up at the ceiling and I was like, Grandma, can I ask you for a partner, please? And my grandmother didn't say anything because she was dead, but I was like, Grandma, if I get another partner, I would like a taller than me goth girl, that's important, who is like the entire polar opposite of me, does not have the same interests as me, likes different things than me. I want her to enjoy quiet moments together. I want her to be like just nice and responsible and adult and like really care about me and make me feel like I'm cared about and, be really emotionally like aware and just like a good person overall. And then I was like, thanks, Grandma. Grandma didn't say shit, but that's okay. And then I went to bed, closed my eyes, and went, snoo, snoo, snoo. And I woke back up. And then that following day, on my little Tinder app, I got a match. I'm not fucking with you. Grandma sent me Puck, and pretty much beat for beat, barring the anti-furry thing, she was everything that I asked for. In the first couple of months of us being together, I was absolutely obsessed with her. She showed me at every turn that she genuinely cared about me. We were able to have like really healthy conversations about our past and who we were, where we wanted to go, stuff like that. She was really supportive of art and like all these other things, but she had never seen Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or any of those movies. She had heard of them, but she had never watched them herself. She was really into punk music and playing like different kinds of video games than me, mostly Fortnite and Skyrim. She wasn't into any of the same things that I was into, and we both just got to, you know, share these things with each other and have like a really good time with each other. And, you know, almost 4 years later, here we are, living together. That's a miracle. Nah, that's my grandmother punching God in the dick. Genuine. That's what my mom says, is that she's like, yeah, grandma went up to heaven and started punching God in the dick until he turned shit around for us. Oh, God. No, we love Mama Sydney and we love Grandma Sydney too. They're great. But yeah, she's everything that I asked for, and she was everything that I wanted, and I wouldn't have had her, I wouldn't have gotten her if I didn't learn from my huge mistake of, this is the same kind of girl that I keep dating. This is the same kind of person. I need to change it up. I need a totally different person. And that's Puck. Puck is everything I not necessarily wouldn't have dated, but like everything that was against my preferences. And it worked out because she became the only person that I prefer in general. And that's something that I struggle to explain to her, is that she's the only person that I like and like will let me, like, I'll let her see me normally. She gets really concerned that like I'm not like super bubbly or the same person around her friends. And I'm like, cause that's how I am with everyone. You're not everyone. But that's neither here nor there. Squaring up to God and went, oh God, no, she's up there having a fucking Final Fantasy 14 moment where she's fighting God, like straight up. No, a lot of shit went good when she went up to heaven and finally started putting in work. Love you, Grandma. Love you. Thank you for everything. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I also asked you for extra shit and you still delivered. Pretty crazy. So ultimately, learn from your mistakes, try new stuff, don't beat yourself up. It might be hard, but just work on it. It's okay. Be comfortable fucking up. It's okay. That's all I gotta say. Anyways, 2 hours later, thanks Hollowed for pressing the button. Let me show you this fucking page that I've been putting off working on. Thank you for like not letting me work on this. Genuinely, I don't want to. Here it is. I don't want to do this. I really don't want to work on this. I don't want to touch this page at all. No, get to fuck off. Oh God! All right, yeah. Let me put down my fucking arms and pick up my that one, this one. Yeah. All right. Let me go into like the specifics of how this is like actually bullshit very quickly. So we have man on horse. This is probably going to be like the simplest panel. Promptly followed by crowd shot with a child. I have to draw a child. I'm not very good at drawing children, which is a good thing, actually. And then we have this shot here. I don't want to do it. Not only do I have to draw a horse from the front, not only do I have to draw a child, I have to do a large crowd of people, make it look convincingly good. I noticed your comments. I was in the middle of a fucking rant.
For that. Now chop chop, joking.
Yeah, I don't want to do this. I really don't. Good horses? Are my horses good? Are my horses good? Pocket, are my horses good? Good horses? I learned from the best. Pocket approved sketches? Yes! Yes! Oh, it's huge! Oh, it's huge! I'm so ecstatic! Pocket likes my horses! Alright. It's still really hot in here, so it's like, I'm like super clammy. It's gross. It's gross. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Alright, I still have to like work on these crowd shots here. Because I'm building... It started like this, by the way. And I knew I wanted this, like, big crowd shot down here. Pocket, look, like, when it comes to horses, it's either you or James Baxter. That's all I'm listening to. Also, I kind of want to like have these guys like turn their heads a bit more in. These people can still be down here. Also, coming up with like a variety of different hairstyles is like really difficult. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this guy's head. Also, this is what I was working on when we were watching Return of the King. And I was really not feeling it. I'm gonna keep his mustache, though. I'm gonna keep the Omni-Man look. I think he was a human. Same thing with this guy here. I want, like, his head more turned as well. Kind of giving it that, like, they're all kind of ignoring the kid. Hello? I think he was an elf. I'll make him an elf. And then not only do I have to design them all separately, I also have to give them clothing that makes sense. I'm gonna give this guy like a little ascot. And like a dress shirt or something. Oh, it is! Is this the one with Dinosaurus? I can't remember what happens next. I'm pretty sure he loses the blue suit this season. I think he already did, if I remember right. I can't remember. Oh, God! Can there be a Sarenth con? Yeah, I can do that. This one. Make it this one. Butt hair. Mmm. My tummy keeps grumbling. I need to get some food. Puck was supposed to get me ramen, but then she said she's not getting ramen because it's too hot out. No. But we get ramen tomorrow, which is okay. Over the next big fight? Not at all. Character moments are often more important than, like, fight scenes. It's usually what makes fight scenes like that much more impactful too. As much as I give a lot of shit to Endwalker, they really did nail the feeling. Caramelized onion chicken sausage with the gluten-free. Wait, spinach has gluten in it? What? It's a lot of onion in there too. And a tomato goat cheese. What? Wait, Pocket, why are you telling me this? I'm hungry. Don't do that to me. I am non-binary. Not rude at all. It was a good question. I don't know what's going on with this little hand over here. What theme is this? Is this Tower of Babel? Primal Judgment? What? This one goes nuts. I didn't know Ifrit's theme went that nuts. Okay, yeah. Hit it. Hey, mouse. Titan. I like Titan's theme. I need something more like. Yeah, we'll do this. That one was gonna bother the hell out of me. You would like Titan. You fought Carton over the weekend for the first time. You didn't tell me? I love that fight. No, I don't do requests, but I do commissions. But my prices are in flux right now, and I haven't made an updated sheet. More mustache for Omni-Man. You what? Really? You guys gotta, like, tell me when you guys do shit in 14, like, for real. What else am I paying that sub for? Come on. I don't want this hair to be. What? I love the knockback mechanic. Man. Nah, I would have kept that shit going. I love all the Eden fights in general. They're all really fun. Especially Iconoclasm. Iconoclasm's my favorite. And just tell me whenever, and I'll pop on. I don't mind. How did she look? And what was her like, thing? New area by the looks of things by Kisef? What? New censored image in Kisef post. Second, yeah, cat person, yeah. Trying to pull up this. Here we go. Commissions pocket. Right, the ruffle open coat, yeah. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. Ruffle, ruffle. There we go. There we go. To Path of the Stars. True. I don't know, because it does have like the little star icon. There's also a second bunny person over here. I don't know how to do their hair though.
What have we here? Is it a pilgrim from the asylum carried aloft by your friends who are Lady of Sin? Where to begin? Listen well, boy, there are two bells to ring. The parish above, the bloody bog found deep below, and their guardians still thirst for your cursed blood. Drop your sign for the brothers in need to find. I will walk through the fog as I welcome death. I will feed to the fire they shards of a
All right, now I have to do the middle one too.
A magnificent father in a desperate attempt to stave off the end of his age. He runs himself alone and burns all his nights alive. A shadow of his former self. They lock him away far beneath this crumbling shrine. A radiant sun forged by the feeble hands of a child not fit for his throne. A clever deceit to make everyone believe the Lords haven't left them behind. Like a moth fluttering towards a flame, burying a I will walk through the fog as I welcome death.
There's a few cat people. There's this little cat person. And there's this cat person. It sounds like it would be a Doom game. I have been pinged. Just ping me. I mean, it is about Berserk, the song, so, I mean, it makes sense. Alright. I don't wanna. I really, 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 really don't wanna, but I gotta. I really don't wanna, but I gotta. I don't wanna, 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 I don't wanna. Okay. I can do it. Alright, I know what I'm gonna play after the song ends. It's gonna be really goofy, but it's gonna keep me motivated. Wait, you know what I need to do? I need one of those characters down there to be Joe Town. We're not gonna meet Route. I have so much to get through before we meet Route. Okay. Badger. In every crowd shot, there is one Joe Town. I was really upset that he wasn't in the second movie as much. But I mean, I guess it makes sense considering. I'm gonna make it this guy. Well, let me get like a picture of Joe Town. So this isn't what I want to listen to. You see if it's still there. Found it. Oh, he's like an actual guy. Oh, he's like an actual guy. Wait, why is he like an actual guy? Joe Town is a 50-year-old actor and writer known for Romantic 2019, Significant Mother 2015, and Fringe 2008. He also had a part in the Garfield movie? What? Joe Town is the voice of the town. He is a minor character in the first film and non-speaking character in the second film of Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. He has a whole history. Okay. There he is. I just want to make sure I get this like as accurate as possible. Anya, just ask. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna do this. I can do like a... He's got like a really long face. And he's got like a plaid shirt on. That's where the horse is. It's kind of got like these long eyes and a big nose. There we go. And then the beard goes like right up to the nose. And then it kind of droops back down around the face like here. And then he's got like a little... like that. And his ears are like up here, which is accurate actually. And it seems like his beard connects all the way up to like where the hat is on his head. And then we'll give him like a little hat. It looks more like Wood Kid than it does like Joe Town, but that's okay. It's like a lot poofier than the rest of his face. There we go. Joe Town. Stands out like a little bit. A Rauta commission? Like of Rauta or of someone else? Why is Joe Town you without glasses? And now it's day. Now your glasses are more like... okay, we've added Joe Town. We can move on. I need the Eurobeat to stay focused. Another Rauta fan art? Damn. Al is getting no love, I see. Do I want to pick your class? I'll give you a cameo and another crowd shot. And then people have to decipher between whether or not it's Joe Town or if it's you. Damn. Al gets no love. I mean, admittedly, she is in the jar, so... But Parzival doesn't get any love either. Pencil mustache. Nah, I'll color it normally. Parzival's a dude. Yeah, he is a dude. What do you mean? He's hot. Vorkson, come on. Back me up here, man. Do I want to add Parzival to the... No, I'll do Burnus on his own. You deserve it. Look, if somebody pays me money, right, to draw my own characters who I like drawing in a way that they want to see them drawn, I'm not gonna say no. Unless it's something like really bad. Then I'm gonna be like, no. No, the references you sent were great. Anya, darling, I need you to do me a solid and look in the corner of your screen right now. As soon as chat is gone. Also, Hollowed, I need you to vouch for me. There's worse. I just don't do NSFW stuff. Was it for 10K? But if it's like slightly suggestive, I don't mind.
Baby, call me now. Don't leave me alone in the dark. 'Cause baby, I'm afraid of losing you. I really mean it.
Oh, I see what I did. Well, it's kind of like floating in the air. Depending on like how I'm feeling or whatever. For me, suggestive is basically just like, as long as there's nothing super visible and mostly just like implied, I'm cool with it. But if there's anything like explicit or anything like that, it becomes like a little less so. I'm just curious to see. Like, I would say the thing that I made for Hollowed was, like, pushing it as far as I really, really could. For, like, suggestiveness. And I know you gave me the out Hollowed, I know. Where she could have had a top on, but even still. But it's like, that... It was to a point where her having a top on and her not having a top on was such a minor difference in like what the drawing was actually representing that it didn't matter that it was there or wasn't there. But if it's like, oh, if a top is on, it changes it, then it's like, okay. Well, you're not asking for an NSFW one because I don't do NSFW. Smile. The head office of your medical what? Children. Okay, to kind of put it in the word plural, suggestive is, as it says, is suggestion. It's like, it's suggesting something happening here, haha. And then strictly NSFW is like, without a question or a doubt, it's happening. Does that make sense to people who are not versed in the language of adult furry content? Peggy 16, by the way. Because again, if I... Alright, hold on. So this, ready? Achoo! This is suggestive. Right? Achoo! I gotta sneeze a couple of times, right? But it's not gratuitous. It's an underwear shot. It's the equivalent of being like at the pool in a bikini, which is what Elise is wearing over in the corner. Also suggestive, yes. But if they're doing any form of acts or there is explicit nudity, that's NSFW. I don't do that. Unless it's for $30. But I don't do requests for them. Unless it's for $10,000. Additive. Arguing that's the correct form. Why are they DMVing you right now? What is that? Stop tempting you. Tempting you with what? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. The both sides of the great. True, actually, Pravis. Very true. You're already halfway there. Yeah, you are. It's scary. And I did agree on 4. If it's a joke or not, it's not. So the underwear counts as suggestive? Yes. If you are in the room with someone and they are in their underwear, it can be suggestive that they are getting undressed, which could mean that there is potential of nakedness. That's how that works. Bikini in and of itself isn't necessarily like suggestive, but it's depending on the pose that becomes suggestive. child. How do you dictate how Rauta's design is since it's in flux right now? Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, like, it's not like we really have to worry about clothes or anything. Whack. Oh, my eyes broke. There we go. Like, realistically, I think that's the one problem that we're running into right now is just how to clothe her. So that probably won't be a problem. It's also a sense of pride. Yes, people put me to my fucking paces. Jeez. Like, you think I draw, like, you think I do this shit for, like, as like an outlier? Are you serious? Come on, guys. If you want NSFW, it's 10K. 10K for 4 images. That goes for everybody, by the way. You do have something for out there? Cool. I'm glad you've taken it to it so well. And I'm glad I was also able to, like, recontextualize adding more red to her color scheme. I know you were just making a joke, but I'm letting everybody know. 10K, you get 4 images. But again, Anya, it is one of those things of if you know, and you don't talk about it. No, nobody got grandfathered into it. I know you're joking. And it's probably the only part of the Patreon that I actually, like, keep an eye on. Hey, Squeam. Wah. That's an elf. I wonder if I can finish this by 8 o'clock. If it's like a video game idea, you could talk about it in video games. Well, even the Joker doesn't mess with the IRS. I wish you luck. Oh, hi, Waffles. Ah! Whoa! Yamagata. You look like a damn crackhead. Sorry, I'm thinking Yamagata from Akira. Are you Tetsuo? Or someone else? It never will be. Ba-da-ba. Because I overheat. Ba-da-ba. God, how the hell am I gonna do all these different outfits? Suck ass. I did see that. And Donald Glover is apparently the voice of Yoshi, which is... What the fuck are those movies? Don't get me wrong. I like Donald Glover. He's great. It's just, why is he Yoshi?
Why you tell me forget my art? Why you tell me forget my eyes? The beginning for me was just a crazy game of love. I know, but I bet I love you so very much. Why you tell me forget my art and everything? Forget my smile and tears. You were too scared to let me in your
Well, that's good at least. Look, the only reason why I'm cool with like Invincible's casting is because it's J. Jonah Jameson, and he does like, you know, J.K. Simmons is just like a great job in general, and he clearly likes doing like superhero stuff in general. I think he's a good fit for it, but like other choices are a little more weird. I also do think Glenn is a good choice for Mark. I feel like he does a really good Mark. It's one of those things where like you hear his voice and you're like, that's just what he's always sounded like. But I am glad that Aaron Paul stepped down as Electrolad or whatever his name was. And it's really funny that happened right after he did Dispatch. And it's pretty clear that he would much prefer playing characters like Dispatch. I forget his name. What the fuck is his name? Robo bitch. Mecha Man. That's it. He'd rather play characters like that than he would like Invincible! I hate you, I'm gonna kill you.
In the deep of this magic night, I drive along this lonely way. Like the rain in clouds, my view makes me feel so strange. Like a ghost that's beating down my firebird.
Robert Robertson. Thank you. Such a goofy ass name. Crisp Rat Mario. No, I agree. You know what really got it for me? You know what really like drove me up a fucking wall? Was Thor as Optimus Prime. Now, what I wish they did in Transformers 1 specifically is that, you know, they kept like the younger versions of their voices, and then when Optimus puts up the little mask, it like audio shifts him so it sounds like the Optimus all of us know, like from the fucking Michael Bay movies, you know? I forget the name of the voice actor. I think it's the same one that does Mario, actually, isn't it? Who voices Optimus Prime? Alan Tudyk did it in Earthspark? Oh, okay. Peter Cullen. He's done a shit ton of stuff. Oh, he's it's Winnie the Pooh. Oh, and he's also great, Thaddeus, the leader of the Coalition of Planets. That's right, Peter Cullen. And apparently he was also in Voltron, which is sick. And Ghostbusters? And Chippendale Rescue Rangers? Knight Rider? G.I. Joe? Challenge of the GoBots! Oh my god, he's been in everything. He was in Heathcliff! And the Cadillac Cats! Yeah, that. No, it was Alan Tudyk in one of them. Tudyk. What's Earthspark? Earthspark. He didn't realize he was cast. Okay, so this one. Whatever series this is, was Alan Tudyk. You've seen his face before. But yeah, I kind of wish, like, in Transformers 1, they got Peter Cullen to, like, voice Optimus after he came back. I think that would have been really cool. Earthspark. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I don't watch Transformers. Look, the only thing I really know about Transformers are the original Michael Bay movies, and then also the Star Wars toy that they had forever ago where you could have like an X-Wing and it would like transform into a guy. Let me see if I can't find it. Hold on. Transforming X-Wing. Yeah, this guy. I had this. This was the coolest fucking thing when I was a young little pup. And it had that. It had like that version. For the longest time, I didn't know that the wings opened, if I'm being entirely honest. That's all I have. It's just Wood Kid. I just drew Wood Kid. What if I just... you think I could play a Woodkid song and not get claimed? Let's find out. 14 years ago. That's crazy. All of you know his music, by the way, whether you realize or not. All of you know Woodkid's music. You've heard it before. All right, I have to start with horse first. Decent chance you do.
Deep in the ocean, dead and cast away, where innocences burn in flames. A million miles from home, I'm walking ahead. I'm frozen to the bones. I am a soldier on.
If you played Assassin's Creed in the olden days, you know his music.
Oh, shame, I'm waiting for the call, the hand on the chest. I'm ready for the fight and fate.
But
The sound of iron shocks is stuck in my head. The thunder of the drums dictates the rhythm of the thoughts, the number of days.
boom, fuck you.
Hey, hey, from the dawn of time to the end of days, I will have to run away.
Damn, that sucks. AC is a great series. Before they turn into RPG games. Then they kind of suck. But yeah, all of you know it because of Run Boy Run being a meme. And then also because of this one. And all of his songs sound like this, and they're pretty great. But hold on, yeah, if you guys have never heard... Hold on. Because I need to educate you guys now. Hold on. I respect the man that hates equality. Hates equally. Oh, okay. But I cannot respect the mustache. This is the worst insult you could have given me, Mina. Oh boy. The lash will not forgive. So I would say AC originally was a 3D puzzle platformer. Is this the one that has the music in it? Peggy 18.
Peggy 18.
Like you miss sparkle. Is this the one with the music or not? It is. God, I watched this on like repeat all the time. I'll make it big.
Deep in the ocean, dead and cast away, where innocences burn in flames. A million miles from home, I'm walking ahead. I'm frozen to the bones. I am a soldier on my own. I don't know the way. I'm riding up the heights. Oh, shame. I'm waiting for the call, the hand on the chest. I'm ready for the fight and fate.
Ah, so good. This is also when Ezio got like scary violent. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like his actual like. No, his executions were scary in Revelations. He stopped caring. And the slowdown of the drums. So good. It was Woodkid and Fever Ray that was like my music taste in like 2013, 2014. Still love them to this day. Fever Ray did the intro to Vikings, if you guys have never seen it. Cause they're dumb. Revelations was so good. Nah, also, executions. Nah, cause these are fucking metal. If you've never seen these before. Okay, that one's from 2. That one's also from 2, I think. Just the and then the double. Ah, he's so fucking cool. Just fucking javelin that shit. Can I find a better example? These are just like kill cams. Yeah, this one. This one's the video I watched. Like, what? Why, Ezio? What'd he do to you? Yeah, I knew that was from 2. The like little pushover. Ugh, God, he's so fucking cool. Like, what? Ezio! Chill, buddy! Oh, the dude! What the why? Dude, the fucking he was gonna pull him over his fucking why? Ezio ain't moving like a 50-year-old man right now. The double kill! The double kill with the gun! For what? Ezio, buddy. You're wasting bullets at this point, bud. Holy shit. Again, it's just the like hold down and sword down. It's like, for what, Ezio? For what? This isn't far off from. No, you're right. It is pretty fucking Mortal Kombat. And what's wild too is that like after this, they kind of like stepped way further away from doing like this kind of fighty shit. They the only thing that they added after this was like every kill so personal. I know he really just like takes a sweet time with it. I know in AC3, which is the next game after this one, they swapped engines, which might have been why. I feel like maybe the animators hadn't spent as much time like playing around with executions as much. So all of the new things. I remember the brutalest thing that you could do as Connor, and it was, God, I was so fucked up as a child. My favorite thing to do was that you could use the rope dart on somebody, use them as a counterweight to drop from a location, and then have them hang there. And I thought that was the sickest fucking thing to see. Can I find that? Also, we're going to do the figure drawing thing in just a second. I just want to see rope dart. Rope dart kills.
Sorry.
We'll have to work on this.
It's so fucking cool. Like the rope dart's sick.
There are three main ways to stealthily kill enemies with a rope dart. The first of these is the pull. To initiate a pull, select your rope dart, obviously, highlight the desired enemy, make sure they're facing away from you, then hold the tool button without moving. You will pull this enemy towards you and will assassinate them when they come into range. If the enemy is looking at you when you trigger this, they will detect you, so be careful of how you line yourself up when you perform this action. This is incredibly useful because it allows you to move enemies into positions they previously were not in, without having to deal with whistling or any other type of lure. This is especially useful when used from inside.
It's so fucking cool.
Because this hides the body for you instantly, and because enemies do not hear stalking zone assassinations. Using this to pick off enemies from convoys or patrol groups is extremely effective in allowing you to remain.
God, they're so stupid. Like they just do not pay attention. He just is like, oh my god!
Other nearby enemies will turn around if you pull for too long.
Pulls chokes.
The choke. Chokes themselves can be performed in two situations.
Hangs. Here it is. Here it is. This bit. This is my
The final
favorite.
stealthy use of the rope dart is the hang, which is by far the flashiest and most iconic use of this tool.
Yup, it's my
In
favorite.
order to perform this action, you must first be perched on a beam-type object, such as an actual wooden
God,
beam
it's so
or
fucking cool.
tree branch. Next, highlight your target, hold the tool button, then move backwards. If you want to be sure that the enemy doesn't detect you, make sure that they're not looking in your general direction before you throw the dart. A lot of people take issue with this use of the item because it doesn't seem any better than an air assassination, especially when there are two guards that need to be eliminated as opposed to just one. However, hangs are better than air assassinations in some cases, reason being that they are completely silent for the guard's AI. If a guard sees you do a hang, they will instantly detect you. But if they don't see the hang, they don't even turn around.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, we lost a guy. God, so fucking cool. Alrighty. Let's do other stuff now. Let me put up, let's do chill little music. Let's do something nice. What do we want? What do we want for music? Let's do Freerin. Here it is. All right, so we still have a good chunk of this to get done, but before we do that, we are going to do about like an hour or so of figure drawing stuff for fun. So, take this time now, if you're going to participate, to go ahead and grab a piece of paper or a pencil. Get a lot of paper if you can, or open any art programs and put me over on the side. One of the two. And then I'm going to go pull up a few pose references. And I will do a brief demonstration for anybody who hasn't done one of these before on what you should be focusing on and what we'll be doing. Because these are going to be timed. And we're going to ramp up time over the course of a few minutes. So we're just going to dedicate about an hour to this. Standing poses. Standing pose. I will also be you guys can keep a you guys can post your work to in-stream activity after we do a pose, and I'll look through them. And we'll go from there. You don't have to post if you don't want to, but you can if you so choose. Oh, this will be a fun one. I gotta find like some more complex ones for people to be doing. We need to look up like figure drawing poses. Reference, here we go. Oh, that's a good one. That one I've done before. We can do this one again. Ooh, this one's good. This one's like mid-action. Oh, that one's real fun. Okay, cool. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll get like 2 more. This guy's cool. I feel like I've done this guy before. I feel like we've looked at him before. I don't know what that pose is for. And then we'll do this one too. Yeah, and then I'll grab one for example. I want something really complex. Here we go. Alrighty. Well, if anybody can't join right now, feel free to rewatch this part of stream. Just keep your timings down, okay? So when we do like timing stuff. All right, let me do the little demo. So I've got my guy. Here's my guy. Right? And this is going to be just a demo to kind of explain kind of like ways to do things. So when you start, you're going to look at your reference and you're going to get like fucking slapped in the face by detail and shading and all these other things about it, right? And especially when you're looking at this, you're probably looking at the chair. There's like, here, if I grab this and we go here, there's like foreshortening in his knee right there. So it's like, oh, well, that's like a whole thing. And even just like the crux of his body like that's going nuts, right? That's all really scary to look at. But it's so easy to just look at the lines of the pose. That's the main thing that you want to look for to begin with. Sometimes I recommend doing a top-down thing like this. Like, this is the top of the head, this is the bottom of the feet. But for this instance, it doesn't really work here because he is in the air and also his arm is all the way up here. Other homework after the figure drawing? Yeah, if you want. So it's, it's kind of like, right? Well, how you do this, how you go around doing this and ignoring all this detail and everything is, again, you look for the lines, which you can see here and here. See those two lines? Those two lines of action. His hands are going this way. His body is swinging this way. Really, all you kind of need is where the head is and how those kind of go like that. And then if we go back, and then I go over here, I just go swoop, and I go swoop. Those two lines are the exact same pose that you see over here. Because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut that, I'm going to paste it, I'm going to hide it. I'm going to go, all right, well, I remember that his head was going this way, and now I know that his body is probably going this way. I remember that his leg is going down here. His other leg is like up here like that. And then his arm is over here holding a thing. And his other arm is kind of curving over here a little bit. And he's a bit more like this. He's got that going for him too. And if we bring back the drawing and we hold those over each other, you can kind of see. Okay, Freeran needs to chill. Freeran is very loud. You can probably kind of see how even from just those two lines without getting to see it again, I was able to approximate off of just very simple boxes how this pose actually moves. And so this first part, getting these two lines down and just seeing the lines of action over the drawing is what you should aim for to begin with, right? This you can do in like probably 5 seconds, right? And then if you want to go a little bit extra, you can add in where the head is and the direction the head is facing, which you can denote by adding a little crosshair to just a circle. It doesn't matter where you put the crosshair. The crosshair will always kind of define where the face is looking. You don't need to put too much of a curve on it, just kind of that. It's like a flat sheet of paper facing one direction, really. And then if it's a side profile, you just put the sheet of paper flat like that. Right? So really, because we're gonna do a variety of 10-second poses. I want to see these, right? I want to see lines of action, which is what these are called. These are lines of action. Because you're not in 10 seconds, you're not going to have time to map out all of this rigorous anatomy and all these body pieces. Don't focus on that. Focus on getting this line down first, like figuring out where all of these pieces are kind of coming together. And then again, you can figure out where the face is afterwards, okay? And I will be timing it, and I'll say go and yada yada, and then you guys go. All right? I'll do another demonstration after this for like the minute-long one. But for now, don't focus about anything other than just kind of getting down these lines of action for the poses I'm going to pull up. And so to do this as well, I have a variety of poses. Where are they? I had them a second ago. Where'd they go? Here we go. All right, so we've got a lovely twink. And a variety of poses. Ah, man, nah, I should do a different one. He's not in too much variety. I want, like, more umphy poses. Whatever, I'll just do them individually, because a lot of these are, like, the same. Oh, here's a good one. I opened the image, right? Not the link. I did. Okay. Let's do... Save. Save. I'll do this one. Save. And then... How many is that? One more. I'll do one more. That's a good one, I think. Okay. So I'm gonna show a picture on screen. It's gonna be there for 10 seconds, and then after 10 seconds it's gonna go away, okay? Pull up my stopwatch on my phone. Oh, my phone is almost dead. That's okay. I only need it for this, really. Okie dokie. And is everyone ready? Step one. Everyone good? Everyone got their pencil and paper ready to ready to rock? Ready to rock and roll? Everyone who's doing this, anyways. Please. Okay. Nope. You don't get to look at it yet. I'm just making sure it's properly sized. All right. I'm going to say that you guys are ready. So we're going to do it. All right. Ready? You have 10 seconds. Those seconds on screen. 3, 2, 1. Go. All right. That was your first one. Don't submit just yet. We're going to do a variety of these, okay? Don't look at it. Again, I gotta make sure these are like properly sized. All right, next one coming up in 3, 2, 1, go. I'll zoom in out a little bit more. Done. Don't look at it. All right, next one. 3, 2, 1, go. Stop. All right, it's 3 done. We'll do one more. Where is it? Where's the one I want to do? We did that one. Should have a separate folder for these because I have to dig through a bunch of pictures for this. Oh, did I not save a fourth one? I thought I did. Trying to find it. Unless I did. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got it. We're gonna do. All right, because they're all kind of the same. Pick whichever one you want of this next one, okay? I'll give you like an extra second for like decision making. And 3, 2, 1. There's 4 on screen. Pick one. And you're done. All right, now submit everything that you just did to in-stream activity, and I will look at it and we'll go over it. Now, of course, you're probably watching me on a phone, or your computer, so you're not really able to do this like one-to-one. So I'm not expecting perfection. I'm just expecting this over here. And our full roster was lady with knife, man doing his best impression of something, and then lady who has incredibly steel toes, and then most fabulous man at the club. I mean, just look at this one. Look at this one right here. This one, fabulous. Absolutely just fabulous right here. This one got like a little bit of like a walk like the Egyptians one, like kind of vibe to it. I dig it. People should be able to upload to in-stream activity in the Discord. Take your time. I'm gonna do my own versions of these. Give me 1 second. Let's hide that. I'm just gonna do these like really small. So this one would be there. There's that, and then it's kind of forward action. Look at that. Yeah. And then next one would be this guy, who's more like a, look at that. We got like a curve thing going on. Also kind of like a down pose. A bit like that. Because he's got his leg here and it's bending. And then we've got... This one had... I just got rid of it. This one had... Here. This one's like... She's like that. And like this. Kind of going to the same place like that. And then the last one that we did, I'll pick one. And I'll say the fabulous one, which is like this. Like this. There we go. Looks a little bit like letters, but that's how I would read it. Like weird pan script. There we got Anya. We got Maniacal. We got Pravis. All right. Open all of these separately. Over here. Open Pravis. This is plural. And then Maniacals. Swoop. Swoop. Yeah. Now, this isn't, you didn't do anything wrong, Anya. I'm not going to say you did anything wrong. However, you're adding arms instead of doing a big sweep for the whole of the pose, right? Which doesn't mean you did anything wrong, but you're taking extra time to add in an extra line for the arms rather than just swooping the whole pose. Also, too, you're chicken scratching. No chicken scratching. Not allowed. See how I'm not comparing you two, but like Pravis did like the big one swoops. Big swoops. You want the big swoops. You just want it, you want to define it. Big swoop. Big swoop. Big swoop. Big swoop. Big swoop, right? Big insta swoops. Because chicken scratching will take more time. But your lines are actually pretty good. Like this one understands where it's going. If I pull up the reference image again. Like that's pretty good. But you can connect this hand and this foot because if you look, it's on the same line. These two here. So you could have connected this location and this location part of one singular line. And actually you could have kept how deep or how much arc this leg actually has. Because you can see how much angle it has here. And then it kind of loses the angle here. And then even just where this head is to this arm, you could have also done another line. Because see how the head is here on this line to the hand? So you could have been like shboom and shpaboom. Which I don't think I actually did. No, because I did actually try to keep the hand and the knee active as well. But I could have done that too. Again, there's no like right or wrong way to do it, but there are like little things that you can pick up on when you look at it enough. And then this guy over here is this guy. And once again, you tried to add the arm. But the thing about the arm is that it has foreshortening. So this is a lot more detail than you want to be thinking about. Because you're thinking about the bend that it's doing, right? Don't think about the bend. Think about where this hand is in relation to where this knee is. See that? Oh, that's one line there. And then this knee to this leg is another one here too. I think I did a similar thing. Yeah, I kept the cup and then I kept like the dip. But that's where you would really want to be looking is hand to knee, knee to foot. And then also technically this hand is on the same line as this here, and then the rest of this torso all kind of comes together like that. So not bad on those two. This one is this one. It's good that you kind of put this down here, but notice that this is one continuous line from wrist to wrist, right? Wrist to wrist. Big old swoop. And then this line too is also from hand down to foot. It's all on the same line. Boom to boom, boom to boom. Which I'm pretty sure, yeah. Swoop and swoop. Just two lines. I know I did three here, but you can just do two lines. Which isn't too bad. But you kind of got it. Stop chicken scratching. And then our final one, which is home slice, hitting that fabu. Once again, there's a line here going down to his foot. And then another line here. He kind of makes like a, what is it? He's making an hourglass. They're meant to be. It's not that they're meant to be 2 to 3 lines. It's that you could have simplified it down and still gotten all the same relationships of the anatomy. See what I mean? So you go from here to this foot, here to this foot. That's all you need because you already know that these are crossing each other. You don't really need anything too detailed up here. But if you get this elbow to foot and elbow to foot, you know how they're standing here, how they're moving here, and then the rest of it can kind of like come into play. Then we move over to Pravis's. Pravis did a very similar thing with a lot more bends and swoops and also adding the 3D. But I also see that this is the exact same pose, actually. I'm glad that everyone kind of picked up on it, too. Which is very X, and I like that you added in the arms as well. You didn't have to, but it's there. And then this one is definitely the knife one. Which, again, you can kind of see the relationship between this hand and down here. But you're missing that dip in the head, which is level with the hand. This head is too high up compared to that hand. So if you had done, again, that line from head to hand and then hand to foot, which you do technically have, but big singular straight swoops or curved swoops is usually what you want to aim for. So that's not too bad. And then this one is that one, which you gave a lot of form to. You got the swoop here, which is good. And then you kind of got this like back swoop here. But you do technically still have the exact same triangular angle here. Like that. And then this guy is presumably this guy who's looking like more like he's jumping. But again, going from wrist to foot, you can kind of get more angles, especially when the hands are so high up. That's usually where you want to go for with lines, is because you can get like a triangle out of it. And then we have Maniacals, who did this swoop. Which one's this one? That one's that one. But also, too, is what's good is that you can see that I'm able to put together which one's which because of the ways that you've done the poses. So you've nailed setting down the poses. Don't let me like talking about like, oh, well, this line needs to be here and this one. Like, I know which poses you're talking about, which is good. Like that one's that one. That one's probably the guy. And then this one, actually don't know which one that is. Also don't know which one this one is. No, because so this one would have to be one of these, no? Just don't know which one. This might be the only one that I can't read. Yeah, because this one feels like this one. This is the third pose of the guy. The other is the knife. Okay. Third pose of the guy. Is it the hands over the head again? There's no way. It is. Everybody really liked that one. Again, that one could have just been an X, but that's okay. Again, that one was a little hard for me to read. But these other two, you got the swoop there, and then you added an extra leg, which is fine. Here is the guy again, and then, yeah. No, you did a good job with those. All right. Now that we've done these, right, we've managed the lines. Now we're going to take it up a notch. I'm going to do different poses, but I'm going to use this same reference as my example for breaking things down. So we already talked about, figuring out. So we'll go from hand to foot and then like hand to hand like that or whatever. So that's the first thing you want to lay down when you start drawing. This is the first thing you want to do. Then you can start kind of worrying about where everything else is, kind of. A good thing to do is find your midpoint. That's usually where the hips are going to be. So like about there. And then you can start adding in your boxes, and you kind of just want to add in very simple boxes. You don't want to worry too much about legs and arms and all those. The main thing that you should focus on is nailing down how the rib cage is moving. So the rib cage and the pelvis are the most important things, because I defy you to try and move your arm in a certain direction without needing to move the rest of your body as well. I'm trying to think of like a good way, like a good at-home example of how to do this. Okay. Here's something. Imagine with me, or do this with me. Actually, no, because you guys all have pencils, I assume. Put whatever you're drawing with in front of you on your table, and then scoot back to the point where your arm from your body being flat. So your chest is just completely flat, right? Your arm reaching out cannot grab it. Like your fingers cannot grab your pencil, right? It's that far away from you that you can't grab it. Right? Your arm is only so long. It cannot touch that pencil no matter what you do. Unless you twist your body a little bit to the side. When you twist your body, you get that much more leverage, but you can't really twist all the way, right? You can only twist like a little bit. Maybe you can go like full sideways. You can't go much further than that. Not only that, but your hips also apply weight. We'll talk a little bit about weight really quick. So, of course, your rib cage is the anchor point for your arms. Your arms do not get much longer than here. So you don't need to worry about where the arms are or where your hands are or anything like that, because their position is defined by where the rib cage is. And then the hips are kind of similar with the legs, except whichever leg has the most amount of weight on it is going to be lifted a little bit. Stand up with me for a sec if you're able. Right? I'm standing now. And I want you to stand with your legs, like your knees completely locked and as straight as possible. Right? This probably sucks how you're standing right now, right? You have your like feet shoulder width apart. You're like in chorus and you're like locked in, right? This sucks. Your legs are not built to hold this position for very long. But if you relax, right, and you let yourself stand normally, you may or may not notice that your legs are now exchanging the amount of weight on them. One leg is supporting the entirety of your body. And also on top of that, whichever leg you are using to support you is actually directly under your head. So like for a second, try to like move your head off of where your leg is, right? If you try leaning your head off of the leg that has all your weight on it, you'll either shift weight to the other leg, or you'll like tilt so far away that you start having to counterbalance with your other leg lifting up, right? You can't like tilt yourself left and right too far without having to counterbalance it or too much weight being on your leg. Which means that anchor point, that leg becomes that like an anchor point. It becomes your teeter-totter basically, right? The center part of it. So when you're looking at certain forms and certain like, what are they called? Like poses and things, whichever leg has the weight on it is where you want to kind of focus on. That other leg don't matter. The weighted leg matters. That one, the hip is also going to be raised because the other hip gets to kind of like sit and do whatever. You've seen me draw it a bajillion times. I'm going to sit back down. You're able to sit back down too. Where when weight hits this point of the body, right, and you're putting all your weight here, it's going to counterbalance here by dipping. Right? So now your pelvis is dipping, and then this leg gets to shoot out a bit more. Right? So it really doesn't matter what this leg is up to. This leg could be there, it could be here, Could be up, could be, it could be anywhere. It could be bending on this axis. It could be here, could be lifted up here. Doesn't matter. This is where all your weight is because it's on this part of the body. And this foot is also going to be directly under the head. Right? I know this is a lot to take in, but basically what I'm saying is you don't have to worry about the leg that doesn't have the weight. So when we do our next set of poses, what you want to look for is the orientation of the chest, like the rib cage, and which leg has weight on it. Okay? And in the event that there is no weight, such as we have a floating picture over here, look at which leg is straight, because that's the balancing leg. This leg is directly under the head. See that? And then this rib cage is going over here. And the pelvis is down here. This is the leg. And that's all you need to define when you start figuring out your forms like this. Because again, these arms don't go anywhere. These can go like over here, down here. These can go anywhere, but they're still anchored to where this chest is. So knowing where the chest is, super important. And the head too, kind of. The head is very similar to the hands and the arms and all that because they're anchored to the chest. So your head can't really go anywhere without your chest being there as well, right? So you can focus down the circle. That can be your starting point. And then you can draw out your relationships afterwards, which are the two lines of action. And then you can, on top of that, add your rib cage and pelvis, very similar to what Pravis did. And then figure out which leg actually has weight behind it, and then you can define it with either a line or a full, like, little triangle, like a this. Right? You can just do that. Don't worry too much about the arms. Maybe you can add a little bit of lines of like where the elbows dip. But you don't really need to worry about those at all. You're just going to focus on the head, the chest, the pelvis, and these lines of action here, like that, okay? These next poses are going to be about 30 seconds. So you're going to have a bit more time than you did than the 10-second one, but still do try aiming to do your lines of action first. They're very helpful. Remember the connections between the wrist and the foot, and the wrist and another wrist, or the wrist and the other foot. Things like that. Anything to kind of give you more structure and shape. You can also, this is another small thing that you can do. I know I'm throwing a lot at you guys, but there's another aspect that you can do, which is actually drawing the full shape of the pose, because a lot of these are actually just triangles. You'll notice that this to this to this, triangle, right? Sure, there's a lot more empty space here, but this is kind of what you want to aim for. And then figure out where the spine is. If you're going to do that method, figure out where the spine is and draw the shape of the pose. Because again, your spine is what your pelvis and your rib cage are attached to, and you can't really do much without it. So it's going to define where the rest of the pose actually ends up. Right? So look at the shape that the body is showing, draw the spine, or do your two lines of action, and then add on top of it. Whichever one is easier for you, or whichever one you want to try. All right. And with that, we are now going to do our 30-second long poses. Not that. Close that. All right, so get ready. I'm going to pull up some more. And I'm just going to pull these up as like web pages. All right. So our first one is beginning in, I'm going to start at 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and go. You have 30 seconds. And done. That's your first one done. And now we shall do our second one. Well, don't look at it more. Should close it after. Well, no, I needed that actually. Shit. Okay, it's right here. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Next one, go. And done. Oh, nope, don't look at it again. Stop doing that. All right, those two are kind of fun. Okay, we'll do this one next. Beep, boop, bop, beep, bop, bop, beep. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. And done. And then one more. Give me 1 second. This one should be fun. It's a little zoomed in. There you go. All right, ready? This is the last one. 3, 2, 1, go. And done. That's your last one for the 30-second drawings. So, while you guys work on uploading those and taking pictures of those, I will take a second to basically give you a little bit of motivation in general, which is you just drew for 2 minutes and presumably nailed down 4 poses of various difficulties. Whether or not you did good with your lines of action or setting up like your ribcage and chest and pelvis, doesn't matter. You just drew for 2 minutes and nailed 4 poses. Like you took no time getting those down. Presumably. I haven't looked at them yet. And you spent 30 seconds on each of those drawings. And you probably have a pose that if you really, really wanted to, you could probably still work up. You could figure out how to make something out of it. Whether or not it's exactly to the reference, it doesn't matter. You could still work off of that. And that's what you should be thinking about whenever you're drawing from now on, which is why people do figure drawings in general, is how fast can you actually nail down a pose and just like not worry about all of the individual aspects of it, right? Which is why I always preach and yell and scream and smack you guys upside the head with the fact that you guys should be spending more time on foundation than you should on anything else. Because again, these things only take you 10 seconds, 30 seconds, give or take, right? And they're so important to the rest of the drawing that if you really just took that extra time that you spend working on something else, it's like it would be better spent energy. And on top of that too, again, these are 10 seconds, 30 seconds. If you don't like what you did and you want to go at it again, or you see a different angle of it, or you see something else, you haven't spent 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe a whole ass hour working on it. You spent 10 seconds, saw you didn't like the whole thing and went, I'll try something else. And then you move on. And because you spent only a minute on it, maybe not even, you don't feel as bad leaving it behind. That's a really important aspect of it. Let me see if you guys have uploaded. That you have. We got non-rotated. Can I rotate web pages? I'll just save it. Edit. Rotate. Okay. I don't know, let me save over it. Is it because it's an MDP? Not an MDP, a WebMP. Alright, and then we'll open this in a link. And then we've got... Oh, hello, took part this time. Okay, sweet. Very, very light lines from Hollowed. But I can see it with my eyeball, so that's good. And then we got Pravis. And I assume Maniacal is taking an extra second, which is okay. Will cost ideas out on paper? Exactly. Exactly. The figure drawing class isn't over yet. We still have, I'm going to do 2 extra poses. We're going to do 2 1-minute poses, so you still have time. Alright, so I'm not even going to like look at the reference poses, actually. I'm just going to look at these a little bit. Nah, I'm going to look at the reference poses, actually. I kind of forget what we were looking at. So the first one was this one. Now I can see... Ooh, hold on. I see this line, and I see this kind of line of action happening here. But once again, as I was saying during the thing, but also I think you got screwed because of an ad. You want the leg that has weight to be defined when you start adding this, because then you get the tilt of the hips. And actually, if you notice, the rib cage from the shoulders to here is actually leaning the opposite direction. It's going this way. And then the hips are actually leaning back this way. It's kind of got a swoop like that. Not only just that, but you can see that the head and this foot here is where the weight is kind of going. They're shifting weight from here, like this foot to this foot, which is why it's kind of twisting. So it's head to foot. But other than that, you got your boxes down, which is important. But you could have seen that it's twisting this way. Even here. Like, it is reversed. But you would want it to go the other way. But then you kind of got it. Like, if you just, like, flipped it, it'd probably be fine. Alright, we'll keep this up for now. This one, I actually really like this one. This is a good pose. So this one's not too bad, but you kind of lost a little bit of its leg because you didn't push it far enough. It's all the way back here. This is a really long line right here to right here. And then also, again, this rib cage is twisting here. It's actually in line more with this ankle than it is with the back foot, because this is the arc. This is like the bend bit of that rib cage. So you would have it be swung out more this way. And then also you want like a big triangle. Kind of losing that big dip. Because most of it is in the twist here from the pelvis and the rib cage here. That's enough of that web page. And then you have these two. This one, which one's that one? Oh, guy kicking. That's right, guy kicking. So you got your lines of action. That's good. You got from the head to the foot and then the arm to the arm. But once again, you may notice how this rib cage is, I know it's small, but again, it's twisting. This one's sideways, and you can see a little bit of his back too. So actually, once again, it's kind of dipping more this way. And then these two legs kind of define themselves by this relationship here because they're straight off of each other. But then you would have this hip and this rib cage actually be twisted to the side and kind of curving up a bit more with this kind of line here. This one I would say would be more like 3 lines than just the 2. But that's okay. And then this one is the big stretch lady. Where's big stretch lady? Big stretch lady? There's big stretch lady. Big stretch lady. All over the place. Big stretch lady is once again this big line, big swoopy line. You gotta get more confident in your lines. A big swoopy line. And then this one too, I know I didn't go over it, but this is for future reference. You could dictate where the top of the head is and where the bottom of the feet are, and then do your big swoop line off of that, and then do another swoop line for this leg that goes all the way up to the hands, which are actually above the head, which is what you did. But then you could have seen that, again, this rib cage is folding in space, and same with the pelvis as well. And they're kind of going this way a little bit. And this is your dominant leg, which is where you would want the weight to be and this foot to be under the head as well. And then we have hollowed. This one is, which one is this one? This one's this one? I assume this one's this one. Again, this is another one of I assume. Yeah, because that one's that one. That one's guy kicking. That one's girl stretching. I'm all over the place. So once again, you're kind of leaning it over to the right when it's actually leaning more left. A good rule of thumb when you're looking at like rib cages and knowing where those are is you want to look at how the shoulders are leveled, because that's where the collarbones are. And that's like where everything else kind of comes up. Like your shoulders don't really go that much higher than your actual rib cage. And if you turn and tilt to the sides, your shoulders stay with it. So this shoulder to this shoulder kind of tells you that it's leaning this way. And then it's just a defined box. Like the rib cage, even though it's cartilage and can kind of like compress and expand, it's still just a box. So defining it more this way, it would probably be over here. But the legs crossing is good. But again, like that, you kind of got the hip. You got like the hips down, like, because it was twisting this way. But you just didn't get that dip enough of a dip here for this pose. But that's fine. This one, you did actually go way more deep into this lunge. I do like that. Where is it? There it is, lady. But you may notice as well is the shape of this leg here. Like you got really good on this dip for the body here. And I know you didn't define your pelvis and rib cage. That's fine. But this leg is flat instead of it being kind of like out there. And then also you would probably want specifically on this pose to define from this hand down to this foot on one big arc. And then the second arc would probably be like a big swoop down to this leg back here, which is what it seems like you did here. You just didn't let it go straight out. You just kind of did a C. And then this one wasn't from here to there, which would have given you that flat thigh. But your head placement looks good, and you did kind of overextend on both ends of the limbs, which is fine. You'd rather have more room to... What is it? It's like... You'd rather add too much than too little or something? I don't know. It's easier to subtract than it is to add. I don't know. And then this one is the guy kicking. That's that one. Where's the guy kicking? There's guy kicking. This one, again, same thing. You would want to define, especially with just how like twisted this one is. I do like that you kept from the foot to the other foot. But your arm kind of like goes through, like up from the knee down to like the hips, when it's actually more of a flat line connecting these two. If anything, it's like an isosceles triangle with another triangle. If I grab this really quick, I'll show you what I mean. Kind of goes back to what I was saying about the like shape thing, where you find the shape and then just add the spine. Because this one, you have like the ankle. I'll do it on a separate layer. You have like the ankle to the other ankle, and then you have it to the shoulder, and then you have it to the foot, right? That's step one. And then you have this wrist to the top of the head to that wrist again. So then you get kind of like a that. And then through that, you just go, where's the spine? Well, the spine is right there. And then you can kind of go back into it and be like, well, if this is like that, that's where the head would be, because that's the end of the spine. The body's kind of twisting like this. The hand back here, probably, because this is where that is, would go here. And then this one's like more over here. And then this is there. And then we get this leg up, and then this leg up again, and this leg back down here, and ba-da-ba. And then if I hide that and I pull this back up, it's not exact, but it's pretty, like, close. Just going off of, like, pure memory of what I saw seconds ago. Which is kind of what you also want to do when you do, like, big figure drawing stuff like this, is, pocket. Pocket out here sending me sword smut. But that's where just like, oh, you know, you can define these different relationships with each other to kind of give the rest of the form a little bit more meaning, even if you can't see the rest of the form. Yeah. And then we had this one, which this one's probably like the best. Because if we go to Stretchy Lady, where's Stretchy Lady? There's Stretchy Lady. Stretchy Lady, come back. This one you nailed this kind of big swoop from the arms up, and even where the head placement is. And then this back leg too is pretty good. Of course, again, I'd like to see you add the cubes. Like especially for the pelvis and the rib cage, because this one looks really good. Just for your action lines. But for what I see for action lines, it looks good. And then we've got Leprev. And also I saw Maniacal posted. So I'll look at that in a second. And we'll go... Which one's which? I assume... This one is this one. Now, what I am noticing about Pravis is that you're kind of doing them all on like the same page and wherever you have space, which isn't necessarily bad, but you're not really giving yourself enough true space to kind of figure out where you're going with everything. Because this one is really good. I know this is the yoga one, but you're not giving yourself enough space to kind of stretch it out. So I feel like either getting like a larger palette to work off of, or like canvas to work off of might help. Or just giving these all individual posts is also fine. It looks like you're drawing with a pen. But like I think this is digitally done. I don't know. You have like some weird like fades and also with blue on like a gray. It's I don't know what specifically you're drawing on, but I feel like if you gave yourself more space, you'd be doing a bit more with your lines. But where are we? Sassy gay man, gotta love it. So here, you actually got it. I'm very proud of you for this. You got the right orientation for this rib cage. But what you're doing is that, and it's across your other ones too, is that you're doing them on separate layers actually. Oh, make them bitches bigger. It's pure lack of skill. No. Shush. I will say though, what you're doing is you're making your rib cage and your pelvis the same size. What you should do or can do is if you cut the size of your rib cage, because again, your rib cage is just a square. Like it's a cube that can move around in 3D space, but your pelvis is like half that same size. If I really quickly go over here, right? So if we do our advanced stick figure, which I smack you guys up the side of the head with all the time, right? So we have our head, here's our rib cage, there's our pelvis, there's our foot, there's that, right? So the way that it works, and like your body is self-referential for the most part. Sometimes there are things that are a little out of place, but that's okay. Your full head is about the size of your rib cage. Now, the thing about your rib cage is that you may or may not know about this is if you feel the sides of your body, right? Like if you go from your armpits down, eventually you hit a squishy bit where you have no rib cage. This is that. This is what this is, right? This little section in the middle. This is your bendy bit. This is where your body is able to bend. Now that bit would normally be filled with more box, but you cut that box in half because now that's your pelvis. See that? And then also more reference is that your legs are the same length as from the bottom of your pelvis to the top of your head. So your hips are basically the perfect midpoint for anything. Your body will always be folded in half. And then also your arms will your wrists will start at the base of where your like crotch ends, where your little pelvis bone stops, like this little bikini line is where your wrist starts. Right? So if I pull up, let me grab because it'll help illustrate what I'm talking about. Skeleton. I need like a flat on skeleton. Here we go. So this is the big scary thing in your body, right? It's the big scary thing that Felice, thank you for subscribing. It's the scary thing that everyone tries to draw. But this is what we're doing when we do our advanced stick figures, because really, step one, you start with your head, and then you draw your neck, and then you get to your collarbone. This is where these points are, right? And then you draw the rest of your spine. Then you do down here, which becomes your hips, which are actually your ball joints. And then, you do your legs. You define your knee point, which is usually in the middle of your legs. But you'll notice too, if you really, really look with your eyeballs, with your arms, your elbow starts right at the end of your rib cage, and then your wrist starts right at this little joint down here. Your body is kind of cool like that. Apparently, chat got disconnected, so we'll see. I'll see you guys in a second. All right, chat's back. Apparently, that was weird, right? This is what you're drawing 90% of the time when you do these kinds of things, right? But then, if we go on top of this, I'm going to start drawing with blue. What we're doing when we do the square is we're just defining this whole space. And then when we draw the rib cage or the pelvis, we're just defining all of this. Is there a little bit of junk left over? Yeah. Is there a little bit of junk left over? Also, yeah. But this is what you're really doing when you're drawing these things. And you'll notice too, again, your rib cage, all of these yellow bits here on the outside that aren't these white bits, that's just hard bone. That's like actual bone. It's all of these white things that are cartilage that actually moves and allows you to breathe in your chest to expand and contract, right? But because all of this is bone, your body doesn't really like squish into itself. If you genuinely try to like squish in your rib cage on the sides, you can't really do it. It's kind of defined. It's not really going to move anywhere. But if you squish in on your chest, you'll feel it. Oh yeah, you'll feel it. Because again, that's cartilage. And also if anybody is CPR certified, you'll know that this is where you want to be pushing, because this is the bendy bit of the body. And also this is right where your heart is as well. On top of that too, these little floating ribs back here and how much more these ribs up here are like connected is why people say when you're doing CPR, don't give a shit if you're doing CPR or you're CPR certified, you know that you don't give a shit if you break ribs, because you're probably gonna. So you got to get in there and go bump, 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 you know? But again, you look at this spooky, scary thing with all these, you know, fucking, how many bones is it? Like 200 plus, 250 plus bones. And then you simplify it down to this, and then you expand it to this, right? But again, you'll notice, especially because this is like a male skeleton, the pelvis is only half the size of the actual torso. See that? But it's still always half. The only thing that really changes is the width of the rib cage, because for masculine people, for men it's square, for women it's more circular. There is a difference in bone structure. I can't beat around the bush with that because it's a little more difficult. But you know, that's why when I draw Elise, it's usually a bit more like this, and then the hips are a bit more out like this. And I'm also just accounting for like fat in this, because more fat ends up in these locations than over here. Right? So that's that difference, is a smaller rib cage, wider hips, versus more larger rib cage tend to have smaller hips for men and women, or any other variety you wish to have. Which is all to say, coming back over to Pravis's work, is that you don't need all of this data here. You could have just cut this in half. Would have been fine. And then we have, which one did we do after that? We did the kicking one, right? Yeah. So kicking guy, you kind of lose a little bit of it. It gets like a little chickeny. Again, you could have just gone from this foot down to here. If anything, if you guys take anything from tonight, really, really, really look for relationships when you're doing poses. This is the most important thing you can always look for, is relationships between point A and point B. Shapes too. Shapes and poses or otherwise, those always help as well. Because again, this relationship is so defined as just one straight line, but you made it into two lines here, and also made this line part of where the head is. Again, the only things that you really kind of care about are the rib cage and pelvis, because everything else is attached to them. So if you get that bend down, that's more ideal. I think another thing that I can do at some point is we'll do another figure drawing class, maybe Wednesday actually, before critique or something, or even after critique or during critique, one of the two. But what I'll do is I'll actually give you guys, instead of focusing down the whole pose, what I think I'll do is I'll break it down and be like, just focus on how the rib cage is oriented, and we'll go from there. I think that would be kind of cool to do, but that'll be at another time. So yeah, that one. And then also too, again, you're bending it this way when it's actually curving more like this, because you can see how his body is kind of twisting and bowing like that. So there's more of a twist to it. Actually, in general, you can kind of see, I know I'm in the way a little bit, but you can kind of see how his foot and then the top of his head and then the curve of this arm are actually just one giant arc. He looks kind of like a P or like the number 4 almost. See that? See how that works? How twisted that is? It's like a pretzel. It's kind of cool. And then we have Stretchy Lady. Again, I kind of already touched on it where you didn't really give it enough dip back here. This leg should be like way more raised and back here. This whole lower part's basically like a triangle. You can kind of see it in the negative space is how much triangularness there is here. Even back here. Another thing that I think I should do that I think would be really, really cool is getting you guys to do figure drawings, but by step 1, defining the shape of them, the overall shape, and then clearing out or defining it through negative space. So instead of looking at like all of this here and all of this here, instead you would just look at this space down here and how to define it. This space over here and how to define it. This space here, like in a designated cube. I think that would be kind of cool to do as well. Because again, you are just lacking that like deep lunge that she's doing there. But you have the right idea with this kind of twist there. And then Stretchy Lady once again. Again, you kind of got the X angle, and then this one's the weighted leg, which is good. But this one could have just been a full swoop, like a big swoop. And then we also have maniacals. Hold on. Finding these relationships, so these figure drawing sessions are great. Good, I'm glad. Again, like, I'm not expecting you guys to be perfect. I suck at these. Like, I don't do these very often. But, like, these are things that I learned in school, and I'm like, oh, these are just, like, really cool. And they do help with poses. Because you guys may or may not notice... actually, let me do it really quick before we move over to maniacals, which I'll do in just 1 second. Well, I don't want to do that. Let's go to my channel very quickly. No, I will not. I'm actually going to pull up the raw video. So I can go through it like second by second. Is it in here? No, I think it's in here. Yes. We go all the way down, and then we do. Which one is it? I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. So. Of course, this is me drawing, but you can probably see it once I get started, whenever I do get started. And this is just like for me, and this is a personal thing that I always do, and you guys have probably seen me do it a bajillion times, is I always start with the head, because it like the way that I draw is kind of like drawing like a chicken. Where my head defines the rest of my form. Like wherever my head ends up is kind of what I'm paying attention to. And also kind of getting that direction. And then I define where that rib cage is and the pelvis. And then the rest of everything kind of comes out of that. Figure out where those legs go. And I'm giving like this body twist. And then I'm working out the sword a little bit. And then I'm like, all right, it's going to go there. Most of this is just mapping. But already, again, I talked about it before. This is 45 seconds into this. And I already have the defined doodle. Right? I want you to think about this for a second, right? That's the drawing right there. 45 seconds. And I'm getting this, like, deep twist. These, like, deep lunge legs. This sort of action, this line of action for the sword here. Right? 45 seconds. That's 15 more seconds than I gave you guys to do these. Which is not to say that I'm better than you. I took the same amount of time. But I'm saying that, again, think about how much thought and how much you're learning and how much you're putting effort into doing these, right? And that thought and that effort and that time that you're spending, even just on a 30-second doodle, is like really, really important, because you're training yourself to think faster and faster and faster and faster. Eventually, when we start doing the 10-second ones, right, you'll be able to do this part in 10 seconds. You'll be able to map out where the body is, map out where the lines of action are. 10 seconds, no problem. Maybe even 5 seconds, where you could just be like, slap it on a page, right? I don't expect you guys to be phenomenal at this off the rip, but it's a good practice, because it then can get you to the point where you're able to do this stuff way faster. And then you get to the good part, because all of this is just foundation. You're building a strong foundation for the rest of whatever it is you're doing, which is the thing I always talk about is foundation. Most important thing. It's why I spend so much time, if we go back over to comics, which I still need to work on, it's why I spend so much time on just defining these sketches. Like, again, look at how this started. Circles in different locations. Yeah, I put like a little bit more oomph into the horse, but this is just how this stuff started. This maybe takes me like, I don't know, a couple of minutes. But it's because I trained to get to that point. You know, I've been doing this for years. And then I've been an employee at Blizzard for like 25 years. And then I start adding more and more and more detail to it and just sketching it up, so that when inevitably I get to this part, it's like, oh, okay, I'm happy with what I'm getting. And again, these aren't bad. Don't think I'm saying that these are bad. These are really good. But you can raise yourself in these early steps way more and get way more out of them very, very quickly. And on to bruh. Okay, I see Maniacal went for more lines of actions than anything. This one, I assume, is Lady. Well, let me pull up Lady. Where's Lady? First, I have to get rid of this, and then we'll pull up Lady. Looks mostly like you're trying to get this relationship here, which is fine. It's not too bad. I understand, though. Bruh, indeed. This one, I assume, is Stretchy Lady. But I do like that you kind of got this big dip going on here, and then this arc here. I see that. And then you also got the relationship between the hand and the foot to kind of give yourself like a wider triangle. And then also kind of this, like, from the top of the head to the back of the knee here. I might be reading a bit much into that, but I do see how you did that. And that looks not bad. Here, you put a head on a spike. I assume this one's the stretchy one. So this one must be the kicking guy. Which I do also see. I see how this is the kicking guy. Even though it's just mostly this line that's kind of doing it for me. But yeah, like you got the ankle to the foot right. You just missed the hand to hand kind of angle. Because that one looks approximate. And then also your head would be like a little lower, I would say. But not bad. And then Stretchy Lady is also, you added your boxes, but you added your boxes too big, and then also not, you actually did curve it properly. Like this rib cage is going this way, like on this kind of lateral, and then the pelvis is actually moving on the opposite lateral. So you did a good job kind of twisting that there. So I think that's really cool. But your limbs are a bit long, like too short, and then also your rib cage and pelvis are too big. But that's okay. All right, and now we're gonna do our. Why is everything World of Warcraft? What the fuck happened? Why is everything World of Warcraft? What the fuck? What the hell? Okay. Weird. We're not gonna acknowledge it. We're gonna move on. Everything's World of Warcraft. All right. This is gonna be our next thing. And we're gonna do 2 poses, and these are gonna be minute-long poses. Okay, so you're gonna have a minute to do these. Just gotta find my pose thing. There it is. So you're gonna have a minute to draw each of these poses, and go from there. Okay. Now I'm not gonna give you any further demonstrations or anything. I've given you your input, and you're gonna have like genuinely a full minute to work on these. Think of your relationships. Think of your lines of action. Think of where the rib cage is twisting and where the pelvis is. Remember, your pelvis is half of your rib cage size. And really just look for those relationships between each other, and ignore most of the details and do the best you can. Okay. So the first one is coming up in 10 seconds. I'm going to count down from 10. I was looking at it as if it was a big triangle. No, you did. No, exactly. That's what I said that you should do. So I'm glad that you did that. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, go. You now have a minute. And that was a minute. Okay. And now you have one more after this. I'll give you a second to reset. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. And you're done. All right, I'll give you guys a second to post those, but there you go. And now I really want you to think about whatever you just did, whatever you just drew, right? Ultimately, everything that you did tonight only took you. We did 4 10-second poses, so that's 40 seconds. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. You didn't even draw for 5 minutes. Really think about that. You didn't even spend like you didn't even do like 1/3 of a 15-minute break at work to draw. Really think about that. And that's on a variety of different poses that you are seeing for the first time, of other things that you've never seen before, learning at the same time. And really, we have just spent like an hour on this. Sure, but it's mostly because I'm just talking forever, right? But yeah, you guys like drew for no time at all. But you still drew. And you still made stuff. That is good. Oh, it's so interesting. It's so cool. So let's do Anya's first. Very good. Where are we? Here we are. So this was our first one. Now, once again, there is a small, itty bitty little bit of a lean on this leg, as we see here, right? But that's okay. You did manage to get the rib cage, which is mostly flat, actually. Drawing sword smut, you're welcome. Pocket, Jesus. You forgot a leg. You didn't need it. You didn't need the leg. It's okay. So you're somewhat learning. You got the rib cage down. That is kind of where the pelvis would be. This would be more of a straight line. And then this would kind of dip in a bit more. But just off of this alone, it's fine. You got your rib cages down. And you knew to make them small and kind of from the side. Because they are flatter. And then you even flattened your face looking that way. So, good. And then the other one, you also did a good job on. I gotta find it. Did I close it? What did I do with it? Oh, it's right there. I'm dumb. That one, also good. This leg is a little more divvied up, and you can tell that because the foot, kind of the plant of the ball of the foot or the ankle is like in the middle of the thigh, so it'd be more up here rather than that far down. It also, the location where the leg starts is kind of more off this corner too, so it'd be more like a sharper kind of angle. But other than that, you got your rib cage down, you got your pelvis down, you got a good amount of gunk in the middle. And you even have the hands above the head, kind of nailing that. You're lacking your guidelines, which is, I'm going to dock points for you on that. Not that I'm scoring any of these. But even when you have this time, you may notice that you're lacking your lines of action. Your thought our left, our right leg was bent towards us. Oh. Where'd it go? There it is. Tried adding guidelines, but not guidelines, lines of action. They're the definitive motion of the pose, which again gives you this more gestural drawing form than you're getting here. Because what you're doing is that your brain wants to correct this image. That's what your brain, regardless of what you want, is making you do. Because that's why this leg is flat. But if you really see this kind of back arc here, right? You see this big swoop from these hands to the back of the hair, to the butt, to around to the bottom of this foot, where even the foot is like extended because she's doing like a ballerina move, right? This is one big curve right along here, right? And you're missing that because you didn't take the time to add that line of action. You're kind of seeing what's happening here, but you're missing it because you didn't add it. And again, if you remember, that takes you 10 seconds. So really, again, the point of these is not that these are individual lessons that you pick up different things and do different stuff. You're building on top of things I've already told you. You start with your lines of action, then you figure out where your rib cage and pelvis are, and then you start adding all the extremities and details on top of that, because the lines of action alongside the placement of the body can inform you where the rest of the body goes. Not doing it and omitting it is skipping an important step. And again, that takes you 10 seconds. You had a minute to make this pose. That means you had approximately 50 seconds, right? You had 50 seconds to nail down the rest of everything after that 10 second of getting that thing. Right? Because that's why we do these in increments. I don't know why it's World of Warcraft everywhere. I'm gonna try and like break this down for you, right? So here's like your full minute. This is your full minute drawing, right? You have 60 seconds. And we spent, so if we do 60 seconds, so let's do it like in 10 second increments. So this is 10 seconds. This is your lines of action. Right? Then, what did we do next? Oh, well, we did 30-second drawings. Well, actually, you did 20-second drawings. Because again, these lines of actions should have been done in the previous drawings as well. So really, you have 1 and 2. So then you have 20 seconds to do your rib cage and pelvis. And then you have an additional 30 seconds of drawing time to actually add your extras. This is any detailing, any blocking, anything else that you want to do. And this is how your time should be blocked out when you're working on these sorts of things. It doesn't always have to be like this. And eventually you can start skipping things once you kind of like know how you're doing stuff and how to structure a body and how to lean things around. But early on, this is kind of what you're doing when you have only a minute to draw. Because again, let's do this again. Let's go all the way back to your first one. They download them. What do they do with them? Here they are. Like even in your 30-second ones, you still manage to do your lines of action, right? And then here you just kind of stop doing it. But if we go back to, again, I got to pull them back up. If we go back to your first couple, right? Again, I'm really enforcing, like not enforcing, but like really trying to get you to understand your importance of your lines of action and just doing one line. Because again, lines of action, 2, 3, maybe 4 lines maximum, right? Quick, simple, definitive, very quick to do. If we go back to like our example, let's do this one as an example, right? Again, if I'm doing the lines of action for this, all I need to do is go, well, there's that. There's that. And then again, I go, all right, well, then his rib cage is here. His pelvis is here. It's twisting this way. His back is kind of down here like that. So there, boom. I don't know how long that took me to do that. But this, in theory, should take you 20 seconds. Not even 30 seconds. There, more time, actually, to just get this down. And then that extra 30 seconds, I can be like, all right, well, his head is like right here. His arm is like doing that. His other arm's going this way. This is where the foot is going to be, because like his leg has to bend like that. And then his other leg goes on up here, and then its foot is like there. Another 30 seconds and we're done. And I take my hands off, right? And all I did is 10 seconds to get this to this, this to this, and then another 20 seconds to do this whole little shape and this whole little shape, and then an extra 30 seconds to do the arms and the legs, right? And again, I'm comfortable doing that all with the reference still on screen, because it's not like I wasn't letting you look at the reference anymore. I gave you 30 seconds to look at everything and like go back and forth and really look at it. I know it's not one-to-one like I have it here, but it is kind of helpful, right? Which is why when we come back over to not these ones. Where are they? Is it these? It's not those. Where am I? Oh, here it is. When we come back to these and look at these, you're missing your lines of action, so you're missing that kind of information and missing that extra stuff. And then over here isn't that bad, but again, you're chicken scratching. Stop chicken scratching. Stop it. Knock it off. Definitive lines. I gotta get you some fucking line practices. That's what we gotta get you on. We need to get you confident in your lines. All right. And then we have, who's next after Anya? We have Hollow, who works very big and very chunky, I have noticed. This one is actually... Oh, did I close it? God, I hope I didn't close it. Fuck. How do you confidence? By saying, I'm going to take a line from this point to this point. And then you draw it. That's how you have confidence. Shit. I think I... Oh. She was somewhere over here, so like I know I can find her again. Is this one? Yeah, I found it. Open link in new tab? Not link. Open image in new tab. Here we go. Da na na na. Da na na na. And then we go to hollowed, and then we do this. So it kind of looks like you ran out of space a little bit, but that's okay. But even you, I can see you have like the bend of this leg. You're noticing that this leg is kind of tipping in. This is where the head is. Your rib cage is a little large, but I know that you draw kind of very thick and very boxy. And this kind of curve that comes down to the back. Again, very thick, but again, I know you draw very boxy. Same thing here for this kind of swoop. And you even got the leg kind of bending out and acknowledging that this is the foot, that's the end of the leg and that becomes the foot, which is very cool. But again, it looks like you kind of ran out of space with this one at least, or it's like a screen grab or something. And then the arms, yeah, you kind of got those going up, and you're also working out of the shape. I'm noticing that. You notice the relationship between the wrists and then the knee and then the tip of the foot hitting that and then that becoming like a triangle. So that's very good. I assume kind of notice the negative space that's going on back here because it does look like you kind of have like a triangle going there. And then you kind of added on top of it, which I'm noticing, which is pretty good. You definitely got the pose, the essence of the pose down. So that's good. And then we have your second one, which I think you said that you thought that her leg, it was like bending towards the camera when she is in fact standing straight up. But you did get the rib cage, again, very large rib cage. Same with the pelvis as well. And barring her leg being lifted, I know I'm in the way a little bit. I think for that, it reads pretty well. And you also got this really deep bend that it has as well here coming out of the side of the hip. So overall, this is really good. And it also kind of looks like you're structuring this in like a triangle on top of a square, on top of another square, kind of in a diamondish shape, which is also good because that's kind of what is happening here, is that there's a defined triangle in the arms, a very defined kind of rectangle up here, and then this kind of larger flat trapezoidy kind of looking thing going on over here too. And then down into the leg, but I know you didn't add the leg. But other than that, those two are good. You got them. And then we have Vorkson. Very good. That's yellow. My eyes have been attacked by P. And he is not lying. So we have this one first, which is pretty good. You also noticed the very defined dip, which I like to see, but you also made it very dippy. This leg would be more straight along this end instead of it kind of swinging like this. Your rib cage also is bending the wrong way. The shoulders are back here, and then you have this little puff out bit here, which is that the rib cage is actually bending more in this kind of line here. She's bending back, so her back would be arced. So it'd be going the other way. And then this head would be defined off of that. And then also this pelvis would be tilted more in as well. It would be kind of going this way as well. But I see that you got your lines of action, kind of. You didn't seem too confident in it in this first one, but then you kind of made it larger. And you also defined the feet, which is good. But no, yeah, like, again, essence of the pose is down. So this is good. And then we have this one. I will say that you gave way more of a space in the gut. Again, these should be two squares stacked on top of each other, but the top part of the second square is gone. You did kind of get this deep V, but you didn't really make it go all the way out. And then also I feel like you just kind of ran out of space because of how tall you made the body. But in essence, you did also grab this as well, which is also good. These arms are a bit more rectangular though, like around the head than square. It's more like a square and then a triangle on top. But that's okay. But you kind of got what you were doing here, especially where using this anchor point presumably as your point for your shoulders to kind of come up off of. And then we also have, who's next? Little Pravis. Pravis, I see, used the triangle method for this one, which is pretty good. I can see kind of your line of action here where you're kind of dipping and then kind of adding a little bit extra here. You also got the dip. I'm very happy with everyone seeing the dip. This leg would be, I think, a little more flat, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes. Yeah, this one's like a little flatter, but other than that, the arc is good. She don't got no neck, but your rib cage is twisting the right direction. You would need like a little bit of give and probably just lower this rib cage just a tiny little bit. And then other than that, really just extending out the limbs, which again, you can do through like relative information. If you just lower that rib cage, everything else could be drawn up pretty easily because that's a really well-defined pose right there. But I will say this one over here gets a little more confusing because it gets a little wiggly. And I see why it gets wiggly, because it seems like you tried to make this a line of action here when this leg is not part of it. This is like a straight up singular line. This doesn't really need much. And then maybe a little bit of a triangle at top. Maybe like a little arrow, like a little swoop arrow, which it seems like you did here. You kind of go from the top of the hand into the bottom, but then you kind of, as you say, lost the sauce, yes, where your leg just kind of starts bending where it wants to. And then also, again, you got to add your necks. Got to give these people an esophagus. You got to let them breathe. Because, yeah, if you lowered that rib cage, that would probably be more accurate. And then your hands would pop up here, yeah. And then your legs would go down here. This is much more, if you want to talk like shapes in the pose. Let me do it. If you want to talk shapes in the pose, there's a few different shapes that you could pull from this. Step one is, I always look for triangles. Triangles are very helpful. Triangles are always great. Another one is actually a bit more like a diamond or like a shard. Because that is basically what's happening here. And then you don't really need to worry too much about the leg so much. Again, to go over this myself, I'm going to kind of like cut down on the sides a little bit so I can draw next to it. Let's scoot this over. This one, I would go defining the top, defining the bottom, draw a line between them, and then kind of going like, okay, well, where are my hips centered? And they're kind of down here a little bit. And then, so this would be the midpoint of my head. I'm like, all right, well, I know my hands have to end up here, probably with a little bit of space. And then I was like, all right, so this is the top of my head. This is my rib cage. This is the top of my pelvis. My foot has to end up here. This one has to end up here. And then these arms are directly above, but you can probably see this relationship here. Again, relationships, pay attention to them. Your body is like a puzzle. It's kind of cool. You'll notice the top of her head is basically where the starts of her elbows are. So that's how you would draw your arms up to about there. And then there's about a head's worth of space or so, at least like a circle's amount of space, where her wrists meet. So then they would pretty much go like there. And then you would get that. And again, weight, which is why I brought it up. This foot down here is directly under the head because this is the only point of contact that she has with the ground. So to be entirely center, you need your counterweight and your centered weight, which is what this is. Yoga is a very centered weight. If you really want to understand weight and poses and things, look up a fuck ton of yoga poses. They're all over the place with that shit. Because your body has mass and weight and other things to it. You know, you have mass. Your body weighs like stuff. Your arm is about 8 pounds. Like if you really want to know how much your body weighs for a second, don't go stand on a scale. Raise your hand and see how long you can do it until all the blood in your arm is gone. And then you're like, wow, my arm is kind of heavy because there's nothing like keeping it up there anymore. I don't want to do that. And then you drop it down and feel all of that weight just down, right? Your body has weight. Remember that. It is important. But I think you guys have done really good so far. And then we also have maniacals. Last paper, you accidentally ripped the pencil while drawing the line. That looks funny. Well, you were just the second one. Just try to stick with the first move. That's okay. I'll look at them all the same. Should have curved the other leg instead of focus on making it X. Yeah. No, and I see that. I absolutely see that. Wrong thing. They're in here. All right, so this one is this one. This one, again, you're missing a lot of the rib cage, and I know that you ripped the paper, so it's okay. But you did kind of get this kind of dip here, but then you're kind of missing the swoop. Again, I don't really have too much to say about this other than your head placement is actually kind of accurate with this inner circle, not so much this wider circle. And then this one, like you said, yeah, well, not that, but this, boop, boop. This leg would be more dipped in, but other than that, it is just a flat stack on top of each other, but your rib cage to hips ratio is accurate. You would just need to dip that in and bend this out, and then do your arms. But again, it's fine. And I see where you're kind of getting the X from, but you're more so working on a line. Honestly, I think how I should have worded it, and this might just be for you guys in general, is actually just looking at the relationship from wrist to foot. And the reason that doesn't really work too frequently is because if you have, I have like an extra pose over here of just like a standing person. If I pull this up. That's why I haven't been saying it. But we just have like lady, right? We just have lady, and all she's doing is standing there. And if I say, look at the relationship between her wrist to her foot, you kind of don't get that much out of it. But if you look at the relationship between her head and the position of her body and her pelvis, right? Her rib cage and her pelvis, right? And then also which foot is getting the most amount of weight, then you kind of get that pose out. If I draw it over again, because I did it on the same layer. Right? Which is this is what you're kind of aiming for. And really, again, you're not trying to one for one copy paste the pose that you're working on, because it's not what you're after. That's not what you're trying to do, because you're an artist, not a printer, not a photographer, not a camera. You're trying to get the essence of the pose. And I highly recommend to anyone who is interested in looking at it, looking at gestural drawings. Because they're really, really cool. Here, this is an example, and this kind of goes about what I'm talking about. See, advanced stick figure into building up the rest of the body. Here's another one. You can see these sorts of lines, and I know they're a bit squiggly, but you can see these lines forming and being defined here. Same thing here. This is another example. I know it's a bit further away. Open image, new tab. All right, a little bit of butt action happening in this post, but you can kind of see the similarity between these two poses. But you see how this has like way more like rigidness to it, and then this one's like a lot more smooth. And then this one, same thing is happening here, where like that's just the structure of the back and the hips. And over here, again, I'm teaching you, so it's okay that there's a little bit of butt on screen. You're not aiming for this sort of like rigid, definitive, all of these like little wrinkles. You're just going for simple changes, simple form shapes. You know, you look at all of these like really complex shapes that they got going on here, but these are all just relationships. Same thing here. Is how you build up on this initial doodle, which this initial doodle is not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. Those. Found them. right? Is simple, is quick, is light, is easy to do in 5 seconds, gives you the essence of the pose, and then you can start working off them however you want. Whether or not you remember them or not, or anything else, you know, defining where the lines of action are, and also where your pelvis and ribcage are, and then just adding in your limbs and going from there. Did anyone else submit anything? Or is that it? I think that's everybody, right? Looks about to be. And again, I don't expect anyone to be like masters of doing this shit, especially if you've never done it before or don't often do it, because it isn't really part of like necessarily doing a full drawing or anything, but it's a good practice and it's good to know and it's good to try and it's good to see if you can do it. That's why I do these. Even though I don't do them too frequently. I do want to do more of them, though. They are fun to do. Sorry, I took a massive swig. I am so fucking like, I need like water or some shit. You may send the homework that you did. But also I like doing these sorts of classes instead of like what's the word for it? I just took like the majorest sip of my life. I like doing these things more than I like doing just like flat tutorial videos, because these are a bit more personal. And I can give you like direct feedback and also help people. What, Pocket? What do you want? What'd you do? Did you draw more smut? You're struggling on her hand? Because I know what it looks like. What you're going to do is you're going to define your box like this. Sword is going this way. You're going to pop out one knuckle. You're going to do individual hands. And then you're just going to kind of... And then up top here, down and around. And then like that. And then define it a bit more. And then technically these would be a little bit lower because they're like wrapping around. And then you do the sword. Like that. And then if you want to be normal, flip it. No, it's a good test of my knowledge too, Hollowed, honestly, because like I have to like put myself in the position to actually explain shit. And like do a good job explaining it. I'm doing it the wrong way, you had it upside down. Why does everyone do that? Why does everyone turn hands upside down? I was playing a game, I won't say what game, and I noticed in like some of the art, there was like art in it. And like the character had their hand behind their back, and basically the pose was like this, and this arm was back here up top, and then this arm was back here on the bottom like this, but the thumb was like up here, and then the hand kind of curled around like this, right? Or the other way around, actually. Or something like that. I can't remember. It was like open palm, but like the hand was like that. Or that. Both of those look normal. That one's not normal. Right, that's not how the arm would bend. I don't know, I just remember it standing out to me like, why is the hand backwards? Who did that? I'm not gonna say what game, but I was playing a game and it was annoying me. Hands are fun and easy to do. Stop letting people tell you that they're hard. The only reason they're hard is because they're organic and they're like wiggly and they're not as defined and they have a bunch of moving bits and pieces, which is why you simplify them into a bunch of triangles. And then also because hands are super fucking difficult, if you just know how to make like decent looking, very quick little baby hands, people go, whoa, your hands look incredible. And it's like, I know. They suck. But something I do kind of want to focus on a bit more is actually like simplifying my my hand structures. They are very thick. I'm sorry for the test of your mind that is happening right there. I assure you, it is a horse. Anyways, with class concluded, we shall return to art. I am getting a wee bit hungry, but I think I'm going to wait until later to get food, and I think we'll watch a movie tonight. Because that seems to be what I end up doing. And I do want to finish this page and maybe get started on the next page at least. But we'll have to see. I don't even know what movie we would watch tonight, frankly. I was happy we got to watch V for Vendetta the other night. That was sadly very topical of a fucking movie. It's kind of scary how actually actually on top of things that movie was. And by extension the comic, because it took place in 2020. But I hope you guys had a good time doing your class. We will do another one sometime soon. I am also working on another tutorial that should be coming out hopefully sometime this week. But it's like a super condensed version of all my old tutorials. Horse. 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 I can hear Pocket from here. But thankfully Pocket is working on Smut right now, so I am safe. For almost 6 hours straight, I believe that. The longer you're here, the more financially irresponsible you want to be. Good. Be financially irresponsible. Spend $700 plus on Uma Musume. Do it. No, no, you don't. No, don't look at me, Pocket. Don't look at me. Don't do it. No, Pocket. No, shush. Oh, that one is connected to the mouth, actually. Hold on. I don't know why that one's so high up then. I'm gonna knock this down a little bit. Somehow that's worse. All right, now we got to do Joetown. AKA Wood Kid. No, but seriously, what do you guys think we should watch for a movie tonight? Like after stream? I've been wanting to watch Hoppers, but I can't. Space chimps? Oh my god. Paprika's a great move, actually. Ow, 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 my butt. Look, I've been hearing great things about Hoppers lately. Judy isn't even that thick. What? Judy is not thick. What are you talking about? Never heard anything about Space Chimp. There might be a reason for that. That's the thing, is I don't know if it is. I'd have to check to see if it's on Disney Plus. Let me look. I have so much shit open. Hold on. Let me close everything. Is Hoppers on Disney Plus? As of March 2026, Disney Hoppers is not available on Disney Plus. It is currently only in theaters following its release on March 6th. The film is expected to relive on Disney Plus for streaming later in 2026. Likely in June or July? Huh? Currently only available to watch in theaters. Will premiere on... Oh my god. So I have to go to the theaters to go see it? Fuck! That sucks. I actually wanted to watch it with you guys. Alright, well, it looks like I have to convince Puck to take me to go see the furry movie. She's also never seen Zootopia. I've been hearing it's like a return to form for Pixar. So I really want to see it. Who's messaging me and why? Oh, just Patreon stuff. What's wrong with you? Is what I can only think of with this shot. Because of Akira. I don't want another burrito. I got a burrito last night and it was really, really good. But I ate it like really quickly. I want to change the music. It's too quiet. Let's do... I don't know. Here, we can do this. Agreed. It's just that simple, too. Like, it really is just like one piano. And like a little bit of synth in the background. But it's like barely noticeable. Oh, it wanted so badly to be the Final Fantasy 14 prelude right there. That's crazy. I think I'm gonna not include this because this isn't least. This is just supposed to be a person. And then not this one. And then I'll do this one. I would like somebody to be like right here too. As another kind of like another angry person here. And then what I'm gonna do is this center part, besides the horse's legs, I'm actually just gonna add a gradient so that it really makes him pop against the black. To kind of show that the horse is like bearing down on him. So far, so good. Oh, another character with like a beard or something. Yeah, that's good. Crowd shots really put you to the fucking test. How good are you at on the fly coming up with like a bunch of different like designs? Oh, oops. I was on the line art line. But I didn't doodle in anything super bad. Oh, I did. Oh no, I did. I gotta undo it. Fuck. Wait, let me bring everything back. That guy. Good. Okay, I'm cool with that. Got to add his like little wisp of hair up here. There we go. Okay. Okay, good. That was smart. Little tiny cat. I think this is finally KH2's. So wait, what were the other ones? Yeah, this is Kingdom Hearts 2. And it went... Oh. There's a reprise. And then I assume that's Chain of Memories. No, that is. What's that one? March Caprice for piano and orchestra. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, Dearly Beloved. Kingdom Hearts 2, Dearly Beloved. Next is going to be the reprise. Then it has 358 over 2 days, Dearly Beloved. And then 1.5 HD remix. Okay. Got it. What's KH3? KH3 is an hour into this. God, there are so many spin-off games to this fucking series. I try.
Yeah, so that crowd shot's good. This crowd shot's kind of good. I did want to do this guy back here. Well, have a good night, Hollowed. I will give your compliments to Pocket as it is her character. Yeah, it's your character. And the crowd shot Pock. Oof. I'm like stretching and like moving around a little bit. Whoa, dude. I'm like surviving on an alien planet. Like, why are any of us here? Like that. Like a red versus blue moment. Why are any of us here? I mean, that's true, really. Like, the lizard men didn't do anything to you. You're there on their turf, killing them. What's your problem? Color time. Capital Media, thank you for subscribing and scaring the shit out of me. Yeah.
Oh ye, we can scare you.
Okay, I didn't. Well, I mean, that more so scares Hollow than me. 199 plus 199. There we go. For money, sure. Let me grab the right color there for whatever reason. That's our... Yeah, I can close that. 500 or 5,000 for what? What? No shading yet. No shading yet. I want to hop on her like as soon as possible, but I gotta do the crowd shot first. It's 10k. You're thinking of 10k. Hollowed is halfway, because it is additive. Because at least I'm that nice to him. $10,000 gets you 4 of anything that you want. Do I still have the... I do. I mean, if you are able to keep track of it, I don't know, it's easier to keep track of hollows because it comes in like huge swaths. It's too saturated. Let's go desaturate it. Too much desaturation. Better. Same thing here, I think. A little desaturated. Shirt is definitely a lot more blue. Oh. For normal raffle. Honestly, I have not been keeping track, but I do have like backlogs to tell me everything that everyone's donated, so I'll have to put it together at some point, like another Google Doc to keep track of everyone. Really washed out. Kind of green, too. No, I'm fine answering questions. There we go. Yeah, however much time you need. My white collared shirt. Yeah, they're going all right, Mouse. They haven't given me too much trouble yet. It's just a lot. But the other two pages will be like way easier this week, so I just gotta chug through it. Hey, Hirosomi. I just kind of want to put him in green instead of blue. Oh, that's a lot better. Oh, I want ice cream. At 11:15 at night. Sure, let me see what's open. Let's find out, shall we? Uber Eats. Ice cream. Ice cream. Oh, Sweet Spoon is open. Scoop and Scootery is open. Close! It's Kingdom Hearts music. JP Licks. Wait, wait, I have a JP Licks near me? There's no way. Which one is, I think it's this one that we got last time. Is this the one that has the Pikachu? Beauregard. Boston Cream, Buttercream Dream, Butternut Crunch, Cannolis and Cream, Chocolate Finister, Cookie Monster, Cream and Sugar, Curious George, Demogorgon, Dirty oh, it's yogurt. Fainted Pikachu, that's it. That's the one I got last time, and it was kind of gross. It's cake batter and chocolate ice cream with a frosted red velvet core topped with brownie bites and chocolate fudge. Dead Pikachu. Okay. Well, I'll look into that in a little bit. I want to finish coloring everything first. Are we getting base colors down? I think this one's going to be a lot of cheating, honestly. I do not feel like individually shading everything, so I might go over it all with purple.
I probably shouldn't. It's probably a good thing I didn't, because I should get dinner tonight. And if I get ice cream, I can't get dinner. You got this, Anya. I believe in you. Find. Very good. Very good. Actually, I am curious. Shit. Maybe I should do more. I should do more Deadlock streams. We made a lot of money yesterday off of the Deadlock stream. And also now that I'm like actually learning how to like play silver properly, I feel like I could be okay. Maybe a little bit at the game. We might do another one Friday, actually. We might do like a dedicated Friday stream to Deadlock. Just because like today and tomorrow is going to be like art centered. Because I want to finish this comic page, and I want to finish the next 2 pages as well. And those feel like they're going to be a lot they're actually open right here. Which is this page and this page. And those are all simple, and also like we're right back into the plot after those 3 pages, so I can start doing other things too. Like things are starting to pick up in the actual narrative now. So it's not just like set dressing and doing stuff like that anymore. So that might be what we get up to on Friday. This is eye color. His eye color is blue. Some green-eyed folks. She can have green eyes. And he should have brown eyes. He can have kind of purpley eyes, like back here. And purple. I feel like his eye is too... Yeah. For a character all the way in the distant back, like he shouldn't be the most amount of color. Mm-mm. We just have to think of like a way to deal with people that like pop in and ask for my rank. Because really, I don't want a repeat of last time, frankly. But I also don't want to have it like advertised out loud, like, hey, I'm not good at the game. Yeah, but then they get kind of uppity and be like, you should go look at it and tell me what you are. Which is still equally as silly. I don't know, again, I might just have to do the thing where I'm like, rank doesn't matter. And just leave it at that. And people get uppity about it, I'm like, whatever. Ooh, what are you, a cop? I like that. You cops. Nah, Mouse, I like that one. I'm gonna use that. Give this guy green eyes too, just for fun. Can I have red eyes, sure. This is also true. I don't know, it's one of those things of like whenever, especially like with streaming and otherwise, you'll always remember like the negative interactions over the positive ones. So like for every one of those, we have like 25 people that pop up and are like, great and awesome and lovely to have around. But they're usually quiet and just enjoying the stream. It takes like one person kind of being uppity that like changes that perspective. And again, that mostly just stems from like the one person that joined, asked what rank I was, and I very, very proudly said like, well, I didn't even say it proudly. I was just like, oh, I'm this. Like, I didn't even know. Usually I'm this, but now I'm here. And then they laughed, and then I guess they left because they didn't say anything after that. So it's like, that's kind of rude. Or really pissed off about something, say shit. Exactly. Case point. No, literally case point, though. Just telling people my rank killed my grandma. Mouse, where the fuck were these yesterday? I'm stealing that one too. Oh, that's perfect. All right, I have to open Pocket's comm to draw the character in here. Yeah, that's right. Nah, people are just silly. But I do also understand the angle of like, I forget who said it, but somebody said like, some people watch like streams in order to get better and like improve. But I'm like, like at that point, like I don't think anybody watching me is really gonna be improving very much. Like we're just playing the game for fun, honestly. But apparently for competitive players, playing a game for fun means playing badly on purpose because I don't want to win the game. Yeah, don't worry, Mouse. I win all of my shower arguments as well. Da, 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 da. But watch, we'll stream it on Friday and nobody will turn up and even ask the damn question. And as well, like, I hope, I know some people probably weren't there during it, but like, I didn't even want to like ban that guy. I didn't like have an actual problem with him at all. But it seemed like, you know, instead of just being like, oh, okay, this streamer does not wish to tell me their rank in this video game, they just kind of made it into a big stink and then wouldn't leave. And then kept arguing very dumb points. It was 25 divided by 8. I don't know. I don't do math. I'm an artist. Also, hey, Raymond. Most of them have been caught cheating. We're talking about Deadlock specifically. And step one. Oh, the button has been pressed. Step one, Deadlock doesn't really have ranks. It does auto give you a rank, and apparently it like matches your room to like people of equal skill rank, but like you're kind of forced into it. You can't play unranked. You constantly have it. On top of that, I'm playing with my friends, and none of us play this game except for when we play it with each other, or, you know, in this case, some people, like, some of them play it, like, outside of it. And then on top of that, you know, we're having a lot of off games, and we're just having, like, a good time goofing off. And then person comes in and be like, what rank are you? And it's like, it doesn't matter. And then they started fighting with me over it. And it was dumb. It was a really silly time overall. The music got loud. But, you know, someone made the argument that like the reason somebody might ask is because like, oh, you know, they want to know if like you're a higher skill level than them, so then you can like what is it? Like they can learn from you and like watch you and understand like what you're doing or whatever. And I'm like, that's well and good, but at the same time, it's like it's so easy to go find oh, what's his name? What's his name? Because I watch him. I really like his content. Deadlock Guide. Not that guy. Is it Deathy? Deathy, yeah. No, I love Deathy's content. Deathy is very, very good at Deadlock. Like every time I watch I watch all of his videos, I like his videos a lot. The problem is that I am in fact not Deathy. Nor do I even have not even 50 hours into this game. I also don't play shooter games. I also don't play third-person MOBAs. I don't play a lot of the game types that game is. I also decided, because of course I fucking did, to pick the hardest character in the game to learn how to play on. And then at the same time, I also stream myself playing this game for fun. And it's pretty much the only time I ever play the game. So I am just set up entirely to fail. But I still play it because the game is fun. And I like playing it with Badger, and I like playing it with Vorks, and I like playing it with Mouse. I like playing it with Samed last night. That was fun. Now, if I was out here saying, I am a Deadlock streamer, I am very good at Deadlock, and you should watch my Deadlock content because I am the best at Deadlock. Then it's okay, if I start sucking, that makes sense. But I'm not. I am me, and I play it for fun. Which is mostly just me belly aching at this point, but... Let's do this one. Let's give them soft reddish pinkish hair. Yeah. Legend of Zelda? I mean, yeah, it pretty much is. It was one goofball, and it sent me down this fucking spiral. But this is mostly what happens during stream too. Smaller probably, yeah. Always people do, yeah, just a bit, yeah. But see, I'm dumb. And I don't actually like tuning people out. I like kind of either course correcting behavior or really just letting them flounder a little bit. That's what I like doing. Close that over this a little bit. It's a little loud. It's what is it? Because for the most part, I feel like the community that I have is pretty much on my side with a lot of things. I feel like the only reason sometimes people don't pipe up is because they don't want to add fuel to the fire. And I feel like sometimes people also trust me to just like handle shit, which I also really appreciate. But if you like, people usually agree with what I'm saying, they'll pop in and be like, yeah, it's dumb what that person's saying. Which is nice to know. Which is kind of what happened, because when they were like talking like that, everyone's like, I kind of don't though. And then somebody else, I forget who it was, like was outright calling them on like lying about something. I think it was the fact that like the game shows what rank your game was after you finish the game. And they're like, yeah, it literally happens. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it doesn't. And they're like, it's a thing that you have to turn on in the settings. And it's like, oh, so the game doesn't do it automatically. Got it. You have to go out of your way for that. Cool. And mostly everyone was kind of like on my end with that, which was nice. Plus, it's just free content, you know? Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing with the, what is it? What's the fucking story? Oh, I'm not arguing with the donkey. That's what it is. I just kind of like let them talk and like ramble until they either get tired or actually do something that I can step in on. That's what I like doing. Because sometimes maybe that person is just having a bad day. And they do something kind of dumb. And I don't want to be that person who's like, leave and boot them out, you know? Because if I ignored everyone who ticked me off, most people wouldn't have had like a second interaction with me. But if I give everyone a little bit of time, everybody tends to like me. A little bit. Even when I'm a little bit rougher around the edges. And I usually let a lot of shit like slide too. Cause really, if somebody's just here to like talk shit, they're not gonna come back. They're probably bored of it because I don't really give them a lot to work with. But like if I just, you know, if I don't really give them the reaction that they want and I just kind of just play it normal, they kind of lose their minds a little bit. It's kind of fun. The only thing that bugs me is sometimes I want to do a bit and my audience thinks I'm being serious. That should be okay. I think that's mostly everybody colored. Gotta color this guy down here. Ooh. There we go. And plus two, the only reason I'm really talking about it is more as like a sense of like preparation. Like, hey, this thing clearly annoyed us and was like a larger issue than it should have been. How do we deal with it in the future? Does anyone have any ideas? Rather than just me being like, I fucking hate that person. How dare that person? I hate that person. can do that. Are my base colors finally done? There's no way. Everyone has their eyes colored too. Perfect. My base colors are done! Thank goodness I am sort of semi-free. Holy shit. Oh, I can breathe just a little bit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Whew. Okay. From here to there. I did that with white. Much better. And then we're going to undo that. Select inverse. So now we have all of this. Do this with a gradient. Gradient clipping. Gradient there. Gradient there. Gradient there. Like that. And then we'll go here with this. Grab this. Get really, really big. And then just kind of like... This guy kind of needs to stand out a little bit more. Same thing over here. Go. These characters stand out a bit more. Here we go. Boom. And then, as well, grab that. And then we just go whoop, whoop, whoop. It's too much. Grab a white, and we go over top of everything here, and then we just go boop, 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 boop. How do you handle extreme art burnout? I play video games. I'm not joking. It's usually what I do. If I'm like feeling weird, I just go play video games for a while. And then I wait till something hits me, and then I try to make it happen, and then if it don't happen, I go, okay. I do always try to like maintain a project to keep me entertained though. That's a big part of it. Let the burnout last for 4+ months, and I play video games for 4+ months. think it should all be centered on the kid. No, burnout sucks. Don't get me wrong. But genuinely, the way that I handle it is like, I just step away and eventually I just do a bunch of little doodles. And then I manage to make something that I actually really, really like. And I go, oh shit, I'm not bad at my job? That's crazy. And like I said, I'm just gonna cheat for most of this. Yeah. No, literally, actually. See, like, I definitely go through, like, stages of burnout, don't get me wrong, but, like, usually when I do, it doesn't last very long, because I'll find something that I want to work on again. Got a lot brighter. You're welcome. I need this color. Purple, purple, purple. Oh, his teeth. Oh, everyone else's teeth. Oh no. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, this is just the 25th anniversary or orchestral bit. So maybe. Here. This is what we're listening to. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, ba. No problem. Ah! July Animacion at Laro. Thank you for subscribing. That's helpful. I'm glad I can be of service. And I need... Oh, have a good night, Pravis. We can do some, like, implied buildings right here. Building over here, such. That, darken. We're gonna hide everything in a folder. And then we grab this, and then we do that, and then we do this, we do this, and we do this, and we do this, and we do this. Aim it at the kid. This has to be behind the people, above the ground, so it's like here. Maybe this one's better. Oop. Kid. Not much better. I hit this button. It's wild that this guy dies. You know what? I'm surprised. Because you know how many times we get people that like pop into stream and they're like, I'm not going to watch this stream because I don't want spoilers for a video game that came out 20 years ago because I might still play it at some point. I'm surprised we haven't had anybody come into stream and be like, I'm gonna wait till you finish the comic page before I read it. Really wild, nobody has done that. There is no such thing. It's like it's like being in a normal conversation about like Star Wars or something. You're like, yeah, Luke was my favorite character. I really liked when he got a green lightsaber. Spoilers? I haven't seen it yet. And it's like, huh? What? Watch it happen when we play Assassin's Creed 2. That game came out, like, actually 20 years ago. Like, I'm pretty sure Assassin's Creed 2 is old enough to vote now. Somebody is going to join and be like, I'm not going to watch because I don't want spoilers for this game. All right, now this just makes me want to listen to fucking, what is it? Full Metal Alchemist. Game was like 30 years old. Yeah, actually, it is 30 years old. Came out in like what, 1997, if I'm remembering right? $1997. Yeah. Yeah, it's 1 year away from being 30 years old. You were 4. Oh no, Day. Day, I'm so sorry you're catching strays like that. Cause like, what is it? I remember being a kid. I remember being like around 7 or 8. And I remember watching on YouTube guides on how to stop Aerith from being killed by Sephiroth. And then also that apparently that was like a huge spoiler for people. And I was like, what? I was alive 3 years after that game came out and I didn't get spoiled for it. What? I so didn't get spoiled by it that I really was trying to save her. I really thought I could. Joke's on me, you cannot. You cannot save Aerith. She is destined to die. Which is why the remake is kind of bad. Sorry, I'm over here. Okay. It's really funny how fucking what is it? Joe Town and Pocket's characters are like the most like pop out characters in this. It's really funny. And then a little Koopa. I gotta go kind of big. Again, I am cheating right now, so I'm using like purple to shade everything. Which is a tech you can use, by the way, for anybody who does digital stuff. You can use a very light purple and set the layer to multiply and be able to do like really convincing shadows. But the whiter slash lighter the thing that you're shading, the more the purple will actually stand out. So it's better to use on like darker colors. So like this red and this brown, not so much on the yellow. It's what I used to use all the time back in the day. But nowadays I have to like actually properly shade. So that's usually when I do like the color picking like I do for release or for commissions and such. But for instances like this where I need like a bunch of characters colored and I can't really be like balancing them all out and like figuring out which ones are which and which one does this and da da da, the purple just works. Because this is probably one of the more complex shots that I've done across the whole work so far, even though we're only on page 13. So it is very intensive, so I'd rather not be kicking myself. Also, somebody be nice and go fucking roleplay with poor Badger over there. Come on, guys. You all have access to it. Come on, get to it. Make a little roleplay character. Go play in the roleplay pen. Go do it. Be nice. Come on. Come on, guys. I feel bad. Use like straight black with a yeah. I also have to go back and over here and like add some detailing to the back over here. This is all just like road. Alright, I should be able to now add bibbles. What happened, the shadow? Bubbly. Bubbly. Alright, bubblies all around. A lot of bubblies. I kind of just, I want to cheat again. I don't know, I don't like doing spiky bubblies. Alright, so what is he saying here? His hands shake too much to draw anymore? I have no input on that. Well, have a good night, Mouse. Oh, Jesus. So, Anya, I used to be an amateur boxer. I have brain damage. My hands shake incredibly bad. I haven't quit. If there's something you want to do, you'll do it regardless of whatever life throws at you. It is exactly why they make stabilizers. Oh, I put the bubbles in there. Wish I could sharpen it. It's too wiggly. Like up here it started good. It is kind of late. Yeah, you're right. What's good, though, is I managed to finish this today, pretty much. Nope. Nope. No, I gotta do the old strat, I think. She used to just be doing this. Need more around the corners. That should be good. Realistically, I just kind of need these to be like really jagged. Move it out of the way. And then I'll combine this with the rest of the circle to kind of give it a bit more oomph. 'Cause that one should be, yeah, hey, watch it. This one's that go. So we can get redone. Oh. It's that one. See it? See the angle? Very good. I'll give him a few exclamation points for fun. And we did it. Oh, the page is done. Huzzah. And with 15 minutes to spare. My hair is so fucking knotted. I'm happy. Save it. I shall save it again. Tell you the story of something that I feel has changed my life forever. The mighty pebble of Tartarus. I was a lowly runt when I first discovered the pebble, and ever since its power has given me the ability to destroy my enemies and conquer the world. Yup. This is my most prized possession. I shall never give it away. Story of the pebble lives on. No, you're good, Badger. You're good. I'm gonna wrap up stream here in a sec anyways. I'm very content. And we're gonna watch a movie too if you want in on that, so feel free to hop over to theater already if you want. Alright, let's hop on over here. Let me put down the pen finally after a long day of drawing and otherwise. Because, oh boy. We have been at it for 8 hours. I mean, 2 of those hours were spent about talking shit, about talking about stuff, but, yeah. No, I'm pretty content with today. Today went by pretty well. And tomorrow we'll do the next 2 pages, and we'll also do critique as well. And then on Friday we will do another Deadlock stream. So, but yeah. Well, thank you, Purple Ocarina. I feel bad. I'm wrapping up. But I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. And thank you guys for watching. And we'll be back tomorrow with more stuff. So keep an eye out for that. And if you want feel free to hop over into the theater in our Discord, and I'll be what will be. Well, first of all, we have to discuss what movie we're gonna watch, and then we'll watch a movie. So, yeah. Well, I'll go play the end music, but I'll see you guys tomorrow / in a minute. So, have a good night. Bye.